Hello and welcome to Tales of the Temple Tankard. I'm Jim, aka Argent Wind, and I'm Dungeon Master for Avress, the Shattered World, here at the Temple Tankard YouTube channels and Discord servers. We are down one Satara today, and Lucas will be uncovered up here in a little bit, but we are all, the rest of us are all ready to go. We left off, the group had dispatched the Amethyst Dragonkin at the Violet Throne. And had after dealing with that, transporting themselves to Agiris, where they were able to get some rest, heal their wounds and such, and meet some rather interesting people. Specifically, a dragon, an actual dragon, calling themselves a librarian. They were there seemingly to act as a tutor of sorts to the young dragonkin hatchling that was there in the city. But the group also met with a number of people from the other cities to find out what the news is around Drakoll and what's going on. Learning that Aurea, the gold dragonkin city, had fallen, and the contact had been cut off with other cities. The extent of which is unknown at this time. And learned a bit about what's been happening in the other cities as well, meeting emissaries from each of the other Dragonkin cities as well. Afterwards, once they've dealt with all that and learned quite a bit of information, they decided to transport themselves to Port Oris, and that's pretty much where we left off, as the group is currently in Port Oris, to essentially check in with folks and maybe do some other traveling to other places nearby, Raven's Crest, I'm sure, but also to get some gear and resupply and do some things around the city itself. So, what are you guys up to? As we can kind of put yourselves pretty much wherever you want to be. I mean, we left off in the Ivory Lyceum. So we pretty much talked to Janan, and we're deciding where to go from there.
I believe I said that I was going to see Ironheart and
Mabel.
Mabel. Thank you.
Eska's just kind of following Sora around and just taking in the sights. I mean, this is
your first time you've been here, right?
First time I've been this far east for sure. I've never been anywhere near anything, so this is all so new, and it's just taking the sights.
Yeah, you definitely have not been in a city like this either, because while the city, like Zinkrell has some pretty tall buildings, but this place has crazy 8, 9, 10. Well, the story buildings, the Ivy Lyceum itself being 16 stories, pretty crazy.
Yeah, this is nuts. So this is
Eska's
a little bit in culture shock,
and a lot of people, which you don't see any kobolds around. You see a couple dragonkin here and there, but for the most part, no, you don't see any one of your kind around at all.
Tell them to stick close to somebody in the party, because the dog catchers are pretty vicious around here.
No, you be nice,
funny.
Grim.
Very funny.
And for exact reason, I'll go with Grandpa.
I'm going to take Esk over to visit my brother.
Okay.
And at least that way he'll see something familiar. And then maybe, we need to get you a bank account, Esk.
I have one.
We need to add you to the group one.
Oh, okay. Yes, indeed.
All right. So we've got Amethyst and Grim heading to the tavern there, checking with Mabel and Ironar, folks there. Sora and Esk heading down to the Gorstrega Trading Company. And Lucas, how about you?
Well, I'll obviously go across to see Alindra.
Cool. Yeah, makes sense. Okay. All right. And for simplicity's sake, we'll just have Sora tagging along with Grim and Amethyst. Or Satora, I mean. As she is there as well. All right then.
Pulling them around.
Yep.
I like to look for Easter eggs.
Not this time around.
I made mine earlier too.
So, let's see. Who do you want to start with then? We'll start with the Amethyst and Grim. When you reach the tavern, it seems that Mabel and Ironheart aren't currently there. They maybe have not returned back from Zinkril yet, or their travels at least. You're not sure. But they are not currently at the tavern itself, which is really weird. Because it's one of the first times you've seen the high table being empty in the tavern itself.
I think we'll sit there.
Yeah, I mean, it's one of the you go to sit there and one of the he was just kind of like to stop you guys and just like go ahead then. They won't mind.
I'll go sit in Ironheart's seat.
Yep, pretty much. Yeah. I mean, they've seen you there talking to them enough. They know your connections. So, at the very least, they're like, okay, well,
Poor Ironar.
Yeah. So
I'm not even there, and I feel for him.
I'll make sure the chair gets cleaned after. Don't worry.
They will bring you a round of drinks and
what is
food.
It, Sarah or Suzanne? Is she there? The dwarf waitress?
Probably, yeah.
I look at her and I wink. I said, "I look good here, don't I?"
Oh, man.
I mean,
oh man.
I'm not gonna lie. The usual occupant in that seat tends to be a little bit off-putting there with his no hair. It's so strange. But yeah, the moment anyway, it's essentially it's fairly quiet. It's early enough in the daytime that it isn't super crowded yet. There's not any loud music going there. Just sort of a basic bustle of people moving around, getting drinks. But there's no dancing or anything else happening at the moment here. There is a sort of a soft music playing, kind of underlying everything there. Just sort of a simple melody and percussion, nothing too crazy or driving or anything else, but something to kind of fill kind of the silence at least. So it isn't odd, but it is still oddly a little more quiet than you're used to being in there. But you guys can obviously have yourselves a conversation or whatever. What are the two of you planning besides hanging out in the space?
If they're not here, I was going to fill him in on what had happened, and obviously I'm sure Grimbar was going to do the same. But we'll just have a drink, and then I'm going to go shopping, see Mills and stuff, and wait for the group to be ready to go to Ravenscrest.
Okay. Well, you guys obviously can have yourselves a conversation on what you're planning to do. So
yeah,
I will give you guys some freedom to do so.
Yep.
Or not. Okay.
No, I'm sorry. I got distracted.
It's okay. It's okay. You both are. Okay.
But
so
no, I'll have it. I mean, kind of caught me off guard there. My mind was going some other way. Go ahead. Let me get my train of thought back in.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Well,
I'm pointing out the sites and stuff to ask of where we've been. Pointing out the building that I went through, like the Kool-Aid Man, and then explain why I'm the Kool-Aid Man.
Yep. So we can kind of put you on the map here. But yeah, heading down. Yes, we have the Copperhead right around here. Not too far away from just a little bit south of Lyceum there. And you're heading on down to Gorstrega, which is way down there. And so, yeah, the neighborhood just north of that, you kind of wander through the streets there and kind of point out the building where you smashed through the walls and was be a general nuisance. And
Yeah. Yep. That is my job. We were chasing after a werewolf, and we knew we went into the house, and we didn't know they were connected. And then I made a hole to make them connected.
Ah. This one time I was chasing were-rats, and I accidentally set several homes on fire with the dragon's fire ability. Yes, I have done similar things.
Yes, I knew you were good to have around. Hey, maybe we should break down my brother's door together.
Yes, I can. Yes, sure.
Okay,
Before you
good.
went to your brother's, I did remind you not to break the door because of the baby. Remember that, please.
That was a while ago.
No, before we separated ways, I would have definitely said, remember, there's a
You
small
better-
child in there.
You better message my brother, tell him to keep the baby in the back.
I'll message your brother and tell him to get some guards on the door. Because there's a psychopath popping around.
so then you make your way through the streets there and head down there. You go through your company is there. You approach the door, and you tend to go through it.
Yes.
Okay, give me a strength check.
Oh, both of us or just me?
Oh, dude.
You can. I mean, it's hard to two people to hit one door. I mean, it's a little bit odd there, but yeah.
Both kick the door, Jim. It's not that hard.
I mean, you're pretty big and he's pretty small, so it's fine. We'll see.
We crit it anyway, so it doesn't matter.
+8
Yep. Unfortunately, a crit on a skill check is not a guaranteed success, and the
I
fact
understand.
that the door will crack. Like there will be a loud crack, and essentially you kind of like put your foot through the door.
Oops.
Instead of knocking the door off its hinges, you kind of put your foot through the wood of the door, and then immediately, while your foot is sticking through the door, vines and wrap around your foot and hold you in place. So you're sitting there on one foot with your foot sticking through the hole.
I forgot about the trap desk. They always have this druid who puts a trap down.
I was punching this.
Okay.
My foot went.
You kind of like crack the door there, like, and I mean, you kind of splinters a little bit, but doesn't actually like give. You don't actually grab because you didn't go through the door itself there. But Sora, you're held in place there for a moment. There, trying to like completely off balance because you're on one foot and your foot through the door.
Yep.
The wood will part, like literally the top part, like almost like a window is opening up in the wood. There will just part to the side. You'll see a large furbolg face. Say,
Hi, it's been a while.
I know.
Brought a friend.
He kind of looks down. I see that. Well, I will tell. Strega knows you're here. What am I saying? And the door will just sort of like shift and move. The hole will seal over your foot. Will get pushed out. Like, and you realize the door is now just like he literally just like reshaping the door around there and fixing it while you're
Mending. That's awesome. You got a new spell.
No, I just decided to apply it to this situation instead.
Oh.
And so he's just like using shape wood, essentially reshaping the door.
Yeah.
He will also, as that happens there, the vines will retreat and let you go, and you'll be allowed in. As soon as you step in, Straga's just kind of standing there at the opposite doorway. They're just shaking his head at you, is like, why do you have to be such a pain in the butt?
I am well, I'm not the baby anymore, but I am the baby of our clutch. So
Yes.
And I have to make an entrance. Hey, this is Ask. He's our new friend.
It's down. Good to meet you. I'm Very good. This is my place, my business.
I'll reply back in Draconic.
Yep.
Very nice to meet you. I am Esk. Yes, it
And you
is.
see also a blue dragonkin, very broad shoulder, slightly taller than Sora, but not quite as buff. At this point, because Sora's been working out a lot more than he has in the last couple of years.
Mm-hmm.
So, with an ever-present greatsword across his back, handle of it poking up over the back there. And although he's not dressed in armor or anything else currently, he's just dressed in like merchant style clothes. Well, come on in. Let's see. As it's early afternoonish. I'll say I'll let oh gosh, my brain just shut
Sirith?
off here. Yes, here. I'll let Sirith know that you're here and she's
I
dealing
was
with the little one.
just gonna tell you to go grab her because I have stories of Drakoll to tell you.
Okay then. Right. And you'll gonna come on back, and as you led through the office area into the back warehouse area, you'll see the warehouse area has been changed a bit. A whole section of the warehouse, there's still boxes and crates up there. There's a whole section now that's been walled off to be sort of like a climbing structure. Like, and it's like, and it's also very like, there's padding on things, and corners are rounded off, and
Oh, we baby proofed, did we?
somewhat, yes. There's there's also besides the little table area where they would all sit and everything else, there was a large like mound of furs or something, cloth or something, just kind of a big pile on the side there. And as you watch from the landing at the top there, you'll see a little white form go launching itself off the second floor, landing in the pile of cloth.
That looks like so much fun, little dude. That's great.
It's kind of burrows into it. Little white scale figure kind of burrows and stuff, and then kind of hides down inside there.
That's my nephew.
little-
Ask.
Little Zarza.
Ah, yes. Little one.
And standing up at the railing, there,
Very-
you'll see Sirith up there. You kind of a flowy looking outfit there, white scales. Just kind of lets out a big sigh, looks down at you, Sora, and kind of gives a little bit of a wave.
I'll wave back, and then I'll yell up, "Come on, I have stories and
Alright.
presents."
Okay. Well, they will go ahead and convene around the table there. Mulvatash will just sort of go and simply takes his staff and kind of stirs the cloth around until he picks it up, and there's a little white little they're holding onto the staff. He kind of lifts him off the ground, and he's about, I mean, like maybe he's probably about a foot shorter than still about a foot shorter than Esk at this point, about 2.5 feet tall or so. But it's holding on to it, and there he just picks him up and sets him down. He goes running off. Sees you, comes running up there, blows a little cold air up at you, and goes running off some more.
Ask. He's gonna be taller than you.
Most beings are taller than me, actually. Not, too many that are even my size. The gnomes, of course. But yes, most certainly much taller. How old is he?
4? Right?
Oh no, he's still a toddler. So yeah, he's roughly. I mean, he's still pretty young.
He was
Year
2
and a
when we
half,
dropped
maybe?
off.
2
Yeah.
at the
2 when
oldest?
we dropped him off, so probably 2 still then.
But yeah, 2 in a few months, but maybe 2.5,
Mm-hmm.
roughly. Yeah. So enough that Dragon can tend to mature a little quicker, so he's a little bit larger than a 2-year-old. Still not quite talking, but definitely is running around and obviously getting into stuff.
He is 2 years old, Esk. He'll almost be 3 here soon.
Yeah. Very adventurous. definitely runs in the family. Yes.
Definitely. Ask, you do realize he's not my actual nephew?
No.
Okay. Yeah, white, blue. I am blue now. Blue, white.
I mean, to my understanding, eggs can hatch to any color for any family.
Very rarely.
Very rare, yeah. Ask also, he is one of
I hate this.
many hatchlings that we have saved from Drakoll.
Mm,
Right there, I can see it.
He just didn't happen to have siblings or parents. So,
yes, it is. And you'll see like a dark kind of expression go over his face. It is so unfortunate.
yes, it
Yes.
is. But there was somebody there to remedy that, or at least some of it. So, good things.
Yes, I did speak very briefly while I was in the village. Mostly with. Oh no, his name is completely escaping me.
The other kobold?
Yeah, the other kobold. Oh no.
Yes.
Yes. Yes, I knew that we had such
Yes,
close
yes,
names.
yes.
Yes.
Yep, yes.
He shared the wonders that are happening in the many lives that are being saved. Many hatchlings.
Yes. He just happened to be one of them. It was fun. Carried him around on my shoulders through all kinds of adventures through the caves until we got him home here to them.
Well, that is amazing.
Well, the
And then
go ahead. Sure.
and then I'll sit down at the table with Sereth and Strega and tell them all the adventures of Drakoll.
Exactly. They'll definitely listen intently. Obviously food and drinks will be laid out there. It is lunch. It is lunchtime at this point. We'll definitely listen. Tell you what you have there. Neither of them have realized that neither of them have really spent time in Drakoll itself. So hearing descriptions of the cities, what you've been there, is surprising to them. Obviously, as neither have lived there. Stranger will tell you that he did spend. He was on a ship at one point that put in at Stanor, but they didn't stay. He never even got off the ship. So he's not in the docks and then kind of continued on from there. It's not really exactly welcoming of someone. So obviously with the color change that you were under, you were able to get around there. That's good. That's good.
But now I'm blue again, and I have a new outfit. So
it's a rather interesting setup there.
So when we went to go fight the Crystal Dragon Knights, one of the Dragon's Knights decided that I could have his armor, so I took it.
Crystal Dragon.
AKA she stole somebody's family heirloom.
No, that was not the family heirloom.
There's definitely surprised because obviously they know very little of society in Drakoll itself. So,
which is why I'm telling him.
It's good to know that there's decent people there as well. Hopefully, we'll see how maybe these things will change then somewhat.
Well, from what I was gathering, most people in Drakoll are very sympathetic to what's going on. They just couldn't do anything about it. And now I think that's been rectified.
But I doubt it's going to be that quick. But
no, it'll take some time. But yes.
It looks kind of like sees the two of you each have your storm crystals on you. Where did you get those?
also a very interesting tale. And Ask will launch into like more of the craziness, and then also show off the straight up gift from the other dragon, the claw.
Mm-hmm.
Or actually, mine specifically is a.
Mine's a
You're
scale.
you're the
Yeah,
bang.
mine's
Yep.
the tooth. Yeah, mine's the
Yep.
tooth.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Basically, like just kind of sitting back, like, storm giants and undead dragons. What? I mean, I thought going up against some Yeti and frost giants was impressive, but what? Okay then.
Listen,
Not
and
just
then
an undead dragon, but guide.
Yeah.
yeah, guide himself. And then like the aboleth in the lake, and
You've been very, very busy, obviously.
Void touched dragon, gem-born dragons, and
yeah, all the gem dragons. They exist.
Yeah, that's crazy. I mean, you ran into those green ones, right, when you got started with. So
Yep.
there's more.
And now there's amethyst and topaz, and I'm missing one.
Sapphire.
sapphire. Yeah.
Well, hopefully they can be dealt with, and that's just crazy. I don't even know what to think about all that. Although I'm glad they're far away from here.
That's a good point. Are they though?
I mean, just to see. Relatively, I mean,
He's got like people though that
you guys are
travel a
over
lot.
here, and they're all over here, so a good few thousand miles away. They're not close.
Okay, I'll give you that.
Yeah. But I mean, I do work with some people occasionally here and there, but most of my contacts run in and out of not directly through Drakoll. I have a few suppliers that we work with, and go up through Silverport and some other places. Have a contact in Trenzel, and a couple up in a couple up in Scarlos and areas beyond. But well, I assume you're not done, are you? You're
No.
not settling down anytime soon.
No.
Okay. Well, take care of yourself and keep a head on your shoulders.
I will. And then I will thank them and get up and go.
Yep.
We gotta go to the bank. Ask.
Yes. I will do the whole like monk bowing thing, and
Of course.
it was good to meet you, and good luck with the small one.
They both kind of chuckle at that there, and yeah, so Sora, they do seem a little bit tired, more tired than you've seen in the past. They're running a little bit ragged, but even for the most part, he's just a very high energy kid. And the whole time you guys are talking, there occasionally he'll like run up and just like bang into something, or like they throw something across the background somewhere.
Freeze something to the point of
Yeah.
shattering.
Yeah.
Oh, I forgot his toy. And I'll reach into my bag, my special bag, and grab the animatronic toy that I got at that festival, and give it to the little one.
Okay, he just start look at it and just start not know what to do with it, and sort of like kind of banging on the table.
Push the button to make it go.
Drops it. Like start moving there while it's on its side.
Oh,
But eventually he'll figure it out. They're just sort of bumping into things and like pushing random buttons and moving things around. But they make sure that
I don't think that it's not breakable, but like
Yeah,
It'll entertain him for a few hours at least, hopefully.
yeah, they'll take care of it. I mean, they
Parents do.
definitely thank you and everything else, and give hugs and everything else all around, and send you on your way. Um, yep. So, cut back to Lucas. As you guys head back out into the city, Lucas, um, Alindra obviously is very happy to see you. There's, I mean, not much in the way of news in the city, other than you will. I believe you'd already heard this little bit here that the uh, the Duchess has announced an heir.
Yeah.
And there's a lot of speculation around that, a lot of talk around that, but not a whole lot. There's whole things. Oh yeah, she's um, there's a lot of like wild speculation that she'll say about who the girl is and where she came from, and the Duchess says, oh yeah, she's obviously on her deathbed, and no, she's fine, and so a whole lot of wild rumors that you've heard that she could pass along at least. But
I'll obviously tell her what happened and what's going on. And I know she's divination anyway, so she might know some stuff.
Yeah, she tends to know a bit. She has been saying there is a lot of strange things going on out there. You probably saw Janan already, right? Professor Pringle?
Yeah.
I think there's been a lot of activity, strange activity, not so much here, but in surrounding areas and rifts opening up. Strange, small mostly, but like a forest fire breaking out, and with no reason why it should have, other than some lingering arcane or extraplanar energy in an area. Strange bolts of lightning shooting out from a little gap in the sky. In one report, it's been strangely chaotic in a lot of places. Don't know what it means exactly, but it's definitely all related.
Has it been all over, or just a certain area?
So far, yes. There's no pattern to it. It would determine, and divination doesn't really. I've been trying to see if there's any way to locate or determine a cause and effect on this, but nothing's really evident yet. Just seems to be almost like a weakness in the barrier between the planes, which I mean that was the cause of the cataclysm. That's or that was the after effect of the cataclysm. So there's been a lot of speculation about what's going on. Something's happening. Don't know what yet, though. The only sizable rift that has been essentially reported is the one that you guys experienced there. You told us about the one that's over at the tower, or where you found the rift to Shadowfell there.
Yeah.
That's I don't know. There's a lot happening, but we don't know what.
Do you think the rifts are to all the different planes and the elemental planes, or just generally different places?
It seems that way. From what people can tell so far, is that it hasn't been. It's not happening constantly. It's been just scattered reports here and there. But it's something definitely need to look into. We have a lot of people both here and in Dravier and other people out there just trying to find out what's happening.
Yeah, it is worrying. It's all, I assume it must be all connected in some way.
Well, and you're dealing with something dark and extraplanar as well. I mean, this is a strange time. That's for sure. I mean, luckily, the city itself fairly calm. Not much going on. Just the usual kind of things. There's a lot of rumors, a lot of scattered reports, but nothing's. I mean, no one's freaking out. At least not yet. I will say as well, just the vault has been quiet. There haven't been any other problems with the vault since the last there. Nothing's been. I think whatever interest there was, it's all settled. Hopefully,
Have they
won't
done
be.
So have they done a complete inventory to make sure that what they think is in there is actually in there?
Yes, as far as I'm aware, I don't have any direct say in what's happening there, but that is what they've been doing. Yeah, there's a lot happening. But yeah, there's been a lot of activity making sure things are okay. Items missing. They haven't reported any other strange break-ins or attempts, at least. Grim, and as you send a message off to Ironar there, he will essentially the gist of the message back there is got it. We'll be back. We're supposed to be back within a day or two as well. So if you're still there, we'll catch up a bit. Rifts Syndicate? I'll need to hear about that. Good. So I'll take care of the temporal magic lose the city. I think let's sort of pointing out to Esk on the way here.
Yeah, just seeing all the sights.
Yep. Yeah, the house up on the hill there with the big thing there.
I was thinking maybe we should pop in on the Duchess before we leave town. I know that Sora's going to say no, but giving her information generally gets us some information and keeps her happy. And obviously we can congratulate Lydia on her official.
Not that we know her name.
Delia.
Not Lydia. Sorry, I don't know where I got Lydia from.
Yeah, it was the little artificer chick, right?
Something like that.
Yeah.
The one Alden gave her money. She went, entered that competition, got noticed, and then she's going to be the next big bad. And it's all Alden's fault.
Yep.
You assume big bad. I don't know why.
I mean,
So prejudiced.
I don't know, an evil dark fae from freaking Feywild.
Could be our best friend.
Yep.
Be y'all's best friend.
I mean, I'm quite happy to keep her on side.
Anyway.
Sora's the one who's terrified.
Anyway.
Yep. Off to the bank.
Yeah.
So, you guys head out to the bank there. It's not a difficult thing to get set up there. But and with this,
I do want to warn you, Ask, before we go in there, the guy who's in charge is a beholder. Don't attack him.
you only saw him the one time.
Doesn't matter.
The guy who's in charge, he's just some guy.
Yep.
I mean, this is just so interesting. All of the new sites. Ask is just totally loving every bit of this. And seeing new things.
Beholder floating there with a little tie dangling down from below.
Oh my
Beholder
gosh.
He's a manager.
So yeah, it's not hard. The bank, again, just issuing a new card, adding someone to an account, is all pretty standard stuff there. There's nothing. They don't need to bring in the bank manager to deal with that. They can just kind of do that there. Um, Very similar to before. Essentially, you're just right around there is where the bank is, um, and you're able to just go in and ask. You do see the trappings of like somewhat. It's half bank, half temple. There are like there are what appear to be various statues and stuff in the bank there, and emblems and such of Vilcus, the god of commerce. You've probably seen a little bit of that even in Drakoll, especially Stanor and Zinkrel being coastal cities involved with trade. There would be some presence, at least, of people that revere Zilkis in those places as well. The god of merchants and fortune, essentially.
Can you talk about how hard it is to find a game to play on your phone?
Huh?
No.
Hello there.
No, we play on our phone all the time.
Yeah, we're playing a game right now.
Yeah, it's just super cool.
Yeah. So you end up walking out of there with a shiny little gold card with your name on it and an account number. Your image etched onto it a little bit there. A little image of you on there etched in place there, and access to some funds as well if needed.
Yeah, well, where is a place we could go spend some funds?
Well,
we can go over to the Tumble Tankard and do fun stuff.
Okay. So, Amethyst and Grim, you guys were heading out to potentially go do some shopping as well. You're heading over to Nils. Okay. Through the Arcane Emporium. Again, modest shop as usual. There, not much has changed. At least in his area there. Head on in, and within a little bit of walking in, the little bell ringing, a little chime going off there. Nils will step out from the back there. Usual looking, doesn't look any different really. Oh, you're back in town, are you? Good to see you.
Oh yeah.
Right. So y'all need some stuff done here, I take it?
Yeah,
Okay.
definitely.
Well, always good to have some new business here. What you got for me today, or what you looking for?
I was hoping to get some enchantments combined on an item, but I mean, you don't have to.
Well, it is one of the services I provide, and it does cost some money. So, I assume you wealthy adventuring types have got some coin to throw around. So, we'll check things out here. All right. And so you want to have what was your plan there? Having the cloak and hat combined?
Yeah, the hat of disguise, just to free up an achievement slot, really.
And Grim, same with you with your ring, ring and cloak, or two rings.
The ring and the cloak.
Gotcha. Okay. So
the cloak of protection and the ring of hold on, let me go back.
X-ray vision. I think I already
that's
already swapped it out there. Right. Yeah, I can do this. Right. Let me see here. And he pulls out like a ledger, essentially, just kind of a little journal there. Just taking these over here. Shouldn't be too hard. Shouldn't be too. I can get this done a lot fast. I'm still waiting on. So the Arcane Forge, it does require me to feed some energy into it and such, and the materials I use for that are running a bit low. So I wouldn't be able to get both of these done today, or maybe
what are the materials?
Days here.
Can I ask what the material is?
Effectively, any sort of natural material that has embedded arcane energy of some kind. It can be broken down, kind of use as a fuel source, a power source.
I'll take some of the amethyst crystals out of my bag and ask him if this will be useful.
He kind of pulls it out there, pops a set of glasses on there, starts waving his hands over it there. Things gonna glow. I think so. With a bit of modification, I could definitely break this down and make something useful out of this.
We know somewhere where there's a lot of this stuff, and there's a Lucas can pop over and just grab some.
I actually have quite a bit of that as well.
Okay, well,
We've all got some, haven't we?
Yeah, I think I'll grab some pieces there. And Griff, you have the gauntlet. Did you picked up the force gauntlet right there? The actual.
Yes.
Okay. Well, this will do just fine. A little bit of processing, a little breaking down of it. That should do the trick. Yeah.
Does he need with Spectre dust work?
Probably not. Although he's not. Probably hasn't seen that in person there. So, or did you already bring him a sample? No, he hasn't seen him since you got that originally.
No, we got the Spectre dust in like the third city over in the when we were down underneath, and it was Esk and I flying around, and we got some of that Spectre dust.
Right. Okay. Well, I mean, that's. It has some interesting properties to it, but not quite something we'd use as a fuel source. But these crystals do nicely. Well, tell you what, throw in a couple of extra, and we'll do this for exchange then. Because if I have an extra bit of fuel here, that'll keep this thing running pretty well.
I'm going to do a sending to Lucas and say if you can go and grab a load more of those crystals, that'd be great at some point, or I can come with you.
What time of day is it?
It's early afternoon. Yeah,
because I would have said to Linda, obviously arranged to meet up later. So I was going to head to Nils anyway.
Okay, so just for interesting sake here, you will probably arrive while they're talking because they went down to the tavern first. So
save me a spell slot.
I mean, you got extras right now, so. For comedic effect, though, you're talking to him as he's walking through the door. Like, oh,
hey, Lucas, where are you?
You go to reply, and I'm like, oh, you're here. You hear him replying while he's like walking through the door, and hear slightly half-second delay between the spell and.
Oh, the echo.
So yeah, the three of you are in there now. And right, so I can get this started here. With this, I mean, I should be able to get this done by tomorrow. It takes a little bit of time to cook, and get things transferred over. But definitely can get this rolling here. You have to modify the fuel source a bit there, break this down for its arcane components, and this will do just fine. Right. So, Lucas.
Hello.
Well, like half the gang's here then, I guess, right? And Satara is there too. Obviously, she was with the two of you, so 2/3 of the group is there now.
I was going to ask what you can do with the crystal. Obviously, now you can use it in the forge.
Well, I mean, it's the properties can be used as. I mean, he kind of points to the gauntlet on Grimm's arm there, having noticed that. Obviously, that's got something, and this is inherently force magic of some kind. So, using it as a focal point for any kind of force magic, or I can imagine.
Can you identify this?
I mean, effectively, it's just a crystal that has it's just an arcane battery of sorts. It's attuned to force magic. This would be here. So, it's
I've got an idea. Why don't we take Nils with teleportation circle so that he can attune to it, and then he's able to go there and get more crystals when he needs to, because we know that it's safe there now. But kind of.
Well, yeah, we don't know it's completely safe there. It's not far from the rest of the.
Yeah,
they are.
I mean, I'm not opposed to it. Having a source for more arcane material is not a bad thing there. If you're willing to kind of, I mean, I would say, I mean, as a businessman and as a person, as adventuring types, that's sort of a valuable resource for y'all. That if you're willing to share in that, I definitely can make it worth your while. But
Oh, Nils doesn't take anything for free, you guys.
well, I don't want to just
Take
take
advantage
advantage
of
of something
it.
that, yeah, something that you've
Also not there.
discovered and you've uncovered, and
Yeah.
it's
And that can
Yeah,
make me money. Come on, guys. Jeez.
I mean,
No.
I appreciate the offer there, but I understand from a more financial business aspect there, it may not be the best in terms of your own well being, but I would definitely be appreciative of having access to a source like that.
Maybe once we know it's safe, completely, once we've dealt with the whole of the situation, we can do it.
He does chuckle a bit at that.
I know he's a
Right,
20th level. I know.
It-
He's awesome. I know.
like, no, I understand. I mean, I'm not going to go wandering into a place I have no idea about, and I'm sure what things have been around there are pretty nasty. If this is just lying around.
We can certainly go and fill a portable holdo with it, can't we? And come back, give you
Yeah,
a fair
certainly,
chunk
yeah.
of the stuff.
Well, that would be quite a valuable resource. Absolutely. So
You've done lots of things for us. You've been a very useful resource also.
well, you've been pretty damn good customers too. So I can't complain about people that are spending the amount of money you have with me. So, and the connections you have with the family and such. So, right. So, we can work on this. Like I said, if you have any ideas on ways, I mean, I can probably come up with some ideas of how to use something like this. If you have anything you want to throw my way, I can kind of figure it out there. Grim, he sort of looks at you, and I would assume sort of force projection type of thing there. He kind of squints his eyes at the gaunt there, kind of looking at there, and it's something level, some force missile, magic missiles, some type maybe.
Okay. I wasn't sure if that's all it did because it was used against us. So,
Yep.
Does it have charges on it or?
Well, no, the gauntlet you have. The gauntlet you're wearing currently. Yes.
Yeah.
You should be on your character sheet, isn't it? With
You
details.
gave me Sunforger, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
I still have it on my character sheet just in case you didn't transfer it over.
Yeah, I have it.
Well, it's on your character sheet. Who did grab the force gauntlet?
I do. I do have it, but nobody.
Yeah.
It was never put on my. I didn't know how to put it on there.
Oh, let me just see.
By the way, this is not Sunforger. This is called Sunburst. That is its name.
Oh, Sunburst. Oh.
He can rename it. It's his.
No.
Yeah.
He can. It says no.
No. If he's gonna rename it, he can give it back.
Wow.
Indian giver.
So now.
There it is.
I can't wait for you to meet Eldon. I think the two of you will be best friends.
Yeah, really.
Okay. I will put on your character sheet there. So this is going to be. Didn't realize you hadn't have it on there yet.
You have it added on your character sheet, Emily?
I do. I was going to see if he could possibly combine the Mace of Disruption and Sunforger.
No.
No?
Yeah, do that. That's a little too advanced. Adding a simple like +1 or modifying a +1 there, but two totally separate enchantments to kind of mush them together there. It's like, it's like combining a protection +1 and like two totally separate enchantments. That's it would break one or the other completely. Essentially,
Sounds like a goal that Eldon can work on in the far distant future.
Yep. Yeah. So Grim, it's on your character sheet now. If you want to check that out there.
Yeah, just refreshed. Thank you.
Yeah. What an interesting item there. So I'm not sure if it's something you want to keep there or you want to see.
Sora got the message from Amethyst of where you guys were, and are we meeting someplace so that we can go do the Duchess thing, or are we just going to go to the Duchess?
Well, that's why I was suggesting you come over to Nil's store. I'm sure that you have things. I wanted to see Alindra as well, actually, but I wanted to make sure Lucas was off her.
I don't have
she's
anything.
I'm in honor, am I?
I don't know. I don't know what you get up to when you're not there.
But the two you leave your items there with Nils. He will make them work.
Yeah.
I want to ask Nils about Rain's gone.
The
blink item, yeah.
Yeah.
I
can work on that. I should have it in a day or so. I'll probably do. I'll contract out the spell plate and get that put together for you there, and then I'll assemble it all. Any specific type of item you want it on? I mean, I know it's kind of you start to run out of places to put things. I understand how that goes. Yeah. So once you know what type of item to put it on there, it could also just be on a rod that you would hold, but it's something else you have to hold to use it. So you run out of hands too.
Can I go on like a necklace or something, or is that too?
I think Mantic is a little bit more substantial, unfortunately.
Cool. I'm sorry.
Yeah,
that's an interesting thing.
Yeah, essentially, a necklace is a little bit too small for Mantic.
Yeah, I was thinking. Yeah.
Yeah. Pretty much. I mean, but the smallest you can go would be like a belt, hat, usually something that covers up a larger portion of the body. So think it over. Figure out there. Yeah. Essentially, he'll have the spell plate ready by tomorrow, and then he'll have he can assemble it within an hour or so. It doesn't take more than an hour to put it together. He's got the materials for it and everything. So,
okay.
And, all told, there be price. Gave you the price already, right?
Yeah, you did. Yeah, 800.
Yep. So, yeah, that's all. It's all good.
And how much is the price for mine?
Well, you're supplying him the crystals. He will waive the price because this is going to be.
Okay.
He's essentially fueling the forge for a while with the crystals you're dropping off. So
okay,
saves him a lot of money in buying materials to put into the forge to run it. So he'll do the exchange for you on that one.
I don't know that we really know anybody else who would find it useful as Nils will. So,
well, you can let him know what the bracer does there. That's kind of on par with the item that can be built with these crystals.
Okay, well, I'll let him know.
Something like this.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'll let him play with it a little bit.
Yep.
Let him
wow.
say it.
That's what she said.
So the Violet Bracer of Force, that's what this is here, is effectively act like a wand of magic missiles. You don't need to be attuned to it to use that. If you're attuned to it, however, you can also, it has 7 charges like a wand of magic missiles does here. If you're attuned to it, you can also spend 1 charge to cast Mage Hand. You can also spend 5 charges to cast Arcane Hand.
Nice.
So You can actually either just fire magic missiles with it unattuned or while attuned, cast Mage Hand and Arcane Hand for 1 or 5 charges, respectively.
Yeah.
So,
An Arcane Hand is pretty impressive.
that's what they were using against you in that fight. They were the big glowing hands that were smashing and punching and grabbing you. That's what those spells are. So
Nice. That's awesome.
yep. So yep, there it is. Yep. I need to change the wording of that attunement there. It's not quite reading correctly. Because it requires attunement only for the expanded spells.
Mm.
Not by so I'll have to figure out how to write that better. But yeah, that's what it is.
Once I believe. Let me see attunement.
You may have a slot.
1, 2, 3. No, because.
Oh right, yeah.
No, because it took the place of the ring, and I had the ring off because I had the cloak on.
Right.
And so.
Okay. Well, you can think about it. You can always swap it out at some point there, just during a short. Yeah, reattuning is just something you do during a short rest, so you can just do something during a short rest and swap out reattunement if you ever want to. So.
Isn't there a feat that you can do to get extra slots?
No, in this game, in Avress, there, it's something you do at certain levels. So, I believe the next one happens. I'll figure it out there, but there's another one that comes up at another level. So, but,
which would bring us up to 6, right?
Yes,
5
yeah.
right now.
It's like level 16 or something like that. It's fairly high.
17, I think.
Yeah, so I knew it was up there pretty high. So.
All right. So I'm not interested in much going to see I don't like the Duchess, and I really don't like her little hunter dude, and but I was thinking about going.
Done absolutely nothing to you. He just stood there, and watched as her bodyguard.
Well, it's I know he's different now, but the one that I really didn't like is either dead or she killed him or whatever. But he's in. He's in. I just don't like him. But
we don't have to have a reason to not like him, Jim.
I know.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
I just curious why the reason is, because there's even no reason to not like him. Like other than existing.
Mainly, I think that we all suspect that he's been broken out of jail early, and that we might know who he is. But that's
That's neither here nor there.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
So,
and it's not that I dislike him, but it's just that it's a way to weaken her if we take him out. It takes an advantage away from her, I think, is the way I'm more or less looking at it. But Grimbar looks at things differently than other people.
But I mean, I don't like the idea that she has taken over somebody's body, but she's done it with consent. It's she's not doing anything wrong, really. I wasn't happy with the whole werewolf breaking out and killing people, but she let us deal with him. And right now, she's doing right by poor Taurus,
and always has, as far as you can tell.
Yeah, and she gave us that werewolf ring to get rid of it because it was uncontrollable.
Yeah.
So I don't particularly like her. I mean, but like you said, we don't have to like her to work with her.
No.
And so.
But why are we working with her?
That's politics.
That's politics.
Exactly.
But I was actually
the person in charge. Yeah. But yeah,
I was actually thinking about going and doing my own politicking, and I'm not sure you guys can come with me. Maybe you might could. I don't know, but I was thinking about going to talk to the syndicate.
You go do that, Grimbar, because now at this point Sora's walked up.
I don't know if you guys want to go to the syndicate or you don't want me to go, but I was just gonna go see what they knew about the rifts and what was going on with those.
Okay. I haven't got a problem with you seeing them.
You go have fun with that. Amethyst and I can go see the Duchess. I don't know why she wants to see the Duchess, but we'll go see the Duchess, and then ask. We're gonna take you with us, and then you're gonna go to home, and you're gonna meet all the people back at home.
Okay.
Mm-hmm. We've also got to go and get a portable hold full of crystals for Nils.
I mean, it's not the pressing need at this point. He's got enough for a while.
Yeah.
That's something we can do down the road. Okay. Then
and stop by a shop.
which one's
There's
that?
lots of shop.
The magic menagerie.
We'll go to the Mystic Menagerie as well. Yeah.
Sure. Yeah. So
see if there's anything fun.
I mean, I'm not going to have a full list of stuff for you, but if there's something you're looking for specifically, you can definitely ask. There's a possibility she might have something available. And as the shop is interestingly, and Lucas, you would have taken note of this when you were in there before. I mean, you were mostly having a conversation, but even looking around, the shop's a bit more picked over than normal. There's very few true magic items on the shelves at this point. There's definitely a lot of curiosities and a lot of little trinkets and stuff like that. So all different kinds of stuff. Just little oddities, necklaces, jewelry, some clothing items. Think of it's basically kind of like at this point like a strange looking thrift store. But very few like true magic items, and what's there is fairly minor stuff. I mean, you find a rack of clockwork amulets. That's a standard item in there, of varying kinds and varying orientations and materials. But a rack of about 5 or 6 different clockwork amulets. And you'll actually learn that those were made by Dalen. Sort of his first attempt at making things to sell, which are and you can see what those are in inventory. There, clockwork amulets are a standard item, a minor item.
We dealt with the Clock of Doom, right?
Yeah, the clock.
Yeah,
the Doom clock is sealed away.
in the vault.
Yes.
The very secure vault. Mm-hmm.
Yes,
it's
very,
very
very secure.
recently. Yes, yeah.
It is now recently
Hasn't
more
had
secure.
anything stolen from it at all.
Very, very, very secure. Yeah.
Not recently. Yes.
Not recently had a thing stolen from them.
Not since the last time, yeah.
Yeah. I mean, the first time was by order of the person in charge of the city. The second time by some sneaky little jerk being wanting to impress his friends.
She's still in charge of the city, though. So
yeah,
not that secure.
Well, I mean, nothing's been taken from there, so yeah, it's
that we know of.
You're right. As far as Alindra's went, and she works with them, so nothing's been reported as stolen or no break-ins, nothing like that happened. So
we did have Alindra help make sure that stayed secured.
Yes, that's one of the things that she's been doing in her off time.
She's not busy with Lucas.
Well, he hasn't been around.
I'll be with you guys.
For shame, Lucas. For shame. You've got teleport. You can do it once a night.
Wow.
And then Berta will have to come back the next day. It's kind of an expensive booty call.
Yeah, no points of exhaustion for that. Sneaks off while we're all sleeping.
Listen, what they do in their own time is none of our business.
I mean, to be fair, he is an elf, so half elf.
Why does Lucas never have a 7th level spell slot? Jeez.
Yeah.
I know, right? Good lord.
Yeah.
So with that though, yeah. So well, to see you all. Is there anything I can get for you specifically, or can look out for you? I said, Doc's been. I mean, with everything that's happened recently and the reports of things that are happening out there, and people have been buying up whatever they can. So we've been operating more on consignment basis or on a request basis for things, just because, well, it's hard to keep things on the shelves. So we tend to put things away and let people know, people that need things to put in a special order of some kind.
Mm-hmm. I'm looking into maybe getting a bloodwell file at some point in the future. If you can get hold of one of those.
Ooh, that's a tricky one. Let me see.
I'd also quite like a bag of holding, so that I can use a portable hole as a portable hole and not a big bag.
I was gonna ask for a bag of holding as well. Look at us with the same things.
Right.
I thought you guys had bags of holding.
We
No.
have one bag of holding for the whole group, and Lucas is holding it.
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
You
And
can
Lucas, as you
hold
know,
up
tends
what?
to sneak off on his own sometimes. So
Yeah,
you
what
know
is it,
there is
like
that.
800 pounds it holds or something like that?
500, yeah. Yeah.
500, yeah.
500. We can stick 4 bodies in that thing. What are you talking about?
Well, the portable hole has been useful for that, yes. But you can also use a portable hole in the same way that vampire used the portable hole on me and basically just put it behind me on the ground and pushed me into it. So when I fell backwards, I dropped into a hole, and then a vampire dropped into the hole next to me and tried to bite my face off. So,
Jim, are you okay with me just dropping 100 gold for material costs for spells?
Me?
Sure.
You asking me?
No,
No.
Jim.
Oh.
That's fine. Yeah. Incels and stuff like that. Bloodwell is a little bit strange to get a hold of there, but you can put the deal out for yeah. I'll see what I can find on that. They're not a really common thing here because we tend to be more wizard-like folk in here, but I can put my contacts out and see if there's anybody else in the arcane community that has an extra one or can make them. I don't know how they're made exactly.
okay. Yeah.
So yeah.
All right. Have you got any bags of holding?
That I can probably come up with. One sec here.
Make that 2.
Make that 2.
Okay. They are. Let me pull that up real quick here. I have a price for those. I just want to see what it is offhand.
Sora is very well versed in the fact that we don't put a bag of holding inside of a bag of holding.
Or inside a portable hole, or a
inside
handy
of a
haversack.
Or the wrist pocket thing.
Mm-hmm.
Unless you just feel like,
blowing up.
Blowing up.
Uh-huh.
Opening a portal, or unless we really need to open a portal to that particular plane of existence.
Why do they have a face?
Bags of holding?
I don't know.
Yeah. It's very weird. They're not creatures. They're just bags with faces.
Let's see here. Those prices seem kind of high, but let's see.
If it helps, Jim, Sora's sitting on like almost 5,000 gold.
Yeah.
And that's not what she put in the bank, so.
I think the last time I sold... Well, no, I never sold one of you. Eldon always had one.
Yeah, Eldon made is... Yeah, Eldon made.
Yep. So, in that case... yeah, she brings out essentially a match set of bags. They're fairly plain looking. They're not the big faces or anything else that. They're just sort of like a really plain looking, somewhat normal looking bags. We do have some people that can do this. I have let's see here. Where are we? 1 sec. They run for you guys 600 gold.
Each or for one?
Each.
Cool. We'll put
Let's
down
do it,
600 gold.
I do
Buy 6
happen
of
to.
them.
I do have one of the haversack ones as well. It doesn't have can't hold quite the amount of stuff, but it's a little bit interesting for keeping things. That's only 400 gold. I have one of those.
Does Shatara want one of those, do you think?
Probably.
Sure. Yeah, essentially, yeah.
Grim was there. But that's
With the
okay.
haversack.
Yeah, but that's all right. Don't worry about it.
Okay.
Oh, you
So-
can have you.
No.
I mean,
Satara needs something. So,
No, Star's fine. I mean, she doesn't carry around that much anyway, so she doesn't really need to carry a bunch
No.
of stuff around.
just seemed a shame to leave it behind, but if you need it, then you should have it.
I mean, she can get more. So she has a kind that makes these things. So,
yeah, somebody can make a backpack of holding.
well, the haversack is what the haversack is.
Oh, is it?
Yeah,
Mhm.
it doesn't hold quite as much but it has multiple pouches, like pouches that hold small amounts each.
I'm sure you can have a bag of holding that is also a backpack, though, right?
That's what he just said it is.
Yeah, well, the haversack is a smaller backpack essentially that, but you could just do a bag of holding that looks like a backpack. It's fine.
But no, I'll take that. Yeah.
Okay. Well,
If you want to buy it as a gift to Grimbar and he pays you back, since I'm not there, he wouldn't argue.
not a problem.
Do we, while we're here, do we want to get rid of the Scarecrow King's scythe? I don't think anyone's ever going to use it.
The what if King? What?
The pumpkin thing that attacked us in the Feywild?
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
The scythe that he was carrying?
Oh.
Oh.
Lucas still has that.
What does it do?
I mean, there it is in
You
the
post
it off.
chat there.
Sorry, it was in a different screen.
It does fire. It's the scythe that does fire damage and gives off
Cool,
light.
it does fire damage now. No, sure. Go ahead. I don't mind if you sell it.
I mean, that's a pretty amazing piece. I can see. She kind of. I can.
Maybe put it in like a consignment type thing.
It's a fairly unique item, but obviously none of us
Yeah.
can use a scythe. So.
Yeah. Well, I'll see what I can get for it. And definitely, I can see if we can find a buyer for it. That's definitely a unique piece there. Or I could just. I could give you. Ooh. One moment, please. I could give you 3,000 for that right now.
It's up to the rest of the party. Isn't it? I'm just carrying it. It's not.
1,200, and it'd be 1,600 that she just gave you. So you wipe that out and have her give you another, 1,400. That's the $3,000 right there.
Yep, there's that.
Everyone's okay with that?
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
All right. So,
Yeah.
you guys. So 3,000 for the scythe.
We're gonna put party funds or.
However you guys want to set it up there, that's fine.
Ask if she has the possible things to create the claw tattoo, maybe.
Oh, a tattoo. I don't really deal in that kind of thing specifically. That would require a specific tattoo artist. I don't really deal in raw materials specifically, and we don't sell the inks and such. But I'm sure there's some tattoo person around that could do something like that. I don't have any myself. But let's see here. If it's an alchemical infusion of an ink of some kind like that, the alchemist shop down the road might have something potentially. Or I mean, if there's a tattoo artist around, that might be able to do it as well.
Takes.
It's a raw material kind of thing.
Yeah, it tastes like a special needle that's been dipped in. I'm reading it real quick.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay. Yes. Okay, so each of the scan you hold to the Eldridge Claw needle. It's an uncommon. So the uncommon one. It gives like a +1 to my attacks. Is what it does. And then I can, as a bonus action, hit someone, and it will deal 1d6 extra force damage.
Okay.
So
you're kind of already doing that in a way.
yeah. It's just one more thing.
But we'll see. Yeah, she doesn't have the needle for it, but I'm sure someone around to. I mean, we can ask around.
Yes. Would you happen to know of anyone in particular?
I never dealt with anyone specifically. I would say if anyone, like I said, if anyone's looking for, if there's a tattoo artist around that needs special inks, the alchemist might deal with them. But I don't know any tattoo artists specifically. There could be, but I haven't dealt with anyone specifically. So if I can ask around, if I find anything out, I'll let you know as well.
Yes, thank you so much.
Okay. Grim, we'll cut to you as you kind of let the group here while they're shopping. You go and find the syndicate, and for essentially putting the right word out there, being in the right, knowing the right people to talk to, you're eventually approached, and essentially, we'll just say that you're not like attacked in an alley or anything else. That they're just kind of like there's kind of a kind of an out of the way spot that you're sort of given, kind of led to by one of the other a fairly average looking human, just not wearing armor, no weapons evident, but definitely is making all the right hand gestures and seems to know what you're doing there, but sort of leads you off to what appears to be almost like you go to an alleyway and there's almost this like little porch area, a little patio kind of like that, where there's a couple tables set up there, and it's kind of tucked out of the way off the main strip. And you will recognize one of the members of the Thieves Guild, the syndicate that you've seen before. Just sort of sitting there, calmly drinking a drink of some kind, from a mug. Grimbar, let's talk. You have information looking for, or information you want to give out? What are we talking about today?
I'll go sit down. And do I know the man's name?
His name is Gorbin. Gorbin is Gorvin. Gorbin is literally he is just very close cropped black hair. It's kind of tightly pulled back into a kind of into a ponytail that's braided and kind of disappears down his back a little bit there. He's wearing kind of dark gray clothing, really nondescript for the most part there. It looks very pale, not unnaturally so, but just a guy who doesn't get out in the sunlight very much. He's just kind of sitting there drinking a drink. So what information you looking to trade today?
There's these rifts that are appearing uh, and they're just showing up, and I just wanted to know if you had heard anything or you know of anything about these rifts.
Well, I can honestly say we've heard a bit of reports. Um, there's actually not well known here, but there was one just on the outskirts of the city. Some uh, people didn't think much of it. There was an earthquake. Happens occasionally. Little minor one, little shaker. People didn't think much of it there. However, it did cause a bit of a problem in one of the outlying areas. And he kind of like just kind of gestures up there. Um, a well, hole opened up, and some rocks in the area just shifted and moved, and caused a bit of a shaker. Nothing major, like I said, but uh, some of those rocks decided to start moving around on their own. Let's just say. Took a while to wrangle them in and kind of shove them back into the hole that they came out of. And shortly after, well, I hear tell that someone got pulled in with it and it sealed up behind him.
Was this just anybody, or was it somebody of import?
Oh no, it was just a bystander. A couple of farmer boys out there messing around with they before anyone could deal with there. One of them got pulled in. I assume it's one of the rift to I don't know, somewhere. Didn't seem obviously wasn't natural.
Okay. All right. And that's the only one that you know of so far that was close by?
Close by, yeah. I heard a report from a sailor that reported some sort of lightning drifting around one of the ships to the south, out in the bay. Just sort of there was a little jagged hair. I thought it was a lightning strike there, and then some little the little ball lightning sort of bouncing around, causing a problem for a little while there until it just sort of sunk into the water and disappeared.
Interesting.
So,
what kind of information I might have for you that could be of a trade?
well, I mean, let me see what he's been hearing. Let me just quick thing here. I mean, I know you people, you and some associates have been seen doing things, talking to people in and around the city, but you've been gone for a while. No idea what you've been up to. What have you got yourselves wrapped up in? Anything you want to pass along? Essentially, all he knows that you haven't been around for a while, so it's like no clue where you've been, no clue what's happening. Just
okay. Before I out of character,
sure, yeah.
Does he work hand in hand or work close with Ironar?
Probably not. Ironheart like has the connection to the syndicate to kind of bypass them and not deal with them. Essentially, it's more that Ironheart has paid off the syndicate to not interfere with things that he and his organizations deal with for the most part.
Okay.
So effectively, so yeah, he wouldn't.
Okay. Well,
yeah.
I don't consider myself. I am part of Ironar Syndicate, but we're more of a. I think I've. Huh?
A merchant group.
Yeah. So, but I'll mention something to the effect of how would I say this? Have you heard rumors or stories of people just kind of being taken over and just kind of becoming blank or being controlled by something? The void or the darkness or something like that.
A very specific kind of question. I guess the question is, have you dealt with something like that?
Well, that's where I've been out looking. I've been trying to find the source. That's all. Been out looking and investigating.
I mean, people go missing all the time. People get wrapped up in the things they shouldn't. So that happens, but nothing quite so mysterious or strange of that nature. But that's something we should be on the lookout for.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, so how much do you tell them in terms of like what to look for?
I'll do a vague thing about like what happened in that one city where they just kind of disappeared and people were just disappearing, and all of a sudden, people just start avoiding a place that they used to maybe attend.
Okay.
Well, about the physiological changes as well that occur in people's eyes and stuff like that, so that they know what they're looking for.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm just trying. I don't want to spread rumors that are going to cause panic, but I want to give them enough to stay in
sure
and stuff. So
but people going missing and then having some weird changes. We'll keep an eye out for that. I mean, it's not something that I've heard of specifically, but that's definitely cause for concern. So we'll watch out for things like that. I mean, between this weird, these rifts popping up and that kind of thing, that seems strange supernatural stuff like that.
If you can get your hands on somebody who has knowledge of the astral, that might be a benefit.
Okay, well, I mean, we don't typically deal too much with that, but we can ask around and see if there's any stage type folks who are a little bit more forthcoming with information. Sure, we can do that.
And I don't. Okay, well, Is this somebody higher up in the syndicate that I know of? I mean,
there are higher up than this guy's basically he's sort of an information gatherer. That's what he does. He's not like the person who goes around like enforcing or doing like that. He gathers information and compiles it for the higher ups that are in charge. So it's kind of that thing. He's the guy who's on the street finding out rumors, has his information brokers. He's just sort of I think it's kind of like a spy master. I mean, he's the guy. He's getting information from folks there to put together to bring up to higher folks.
And that's what I'll do is I'll give them as much information without going into exact detail.
Sure.
I'll tell them, it's a blackness from the astral, and it's not so much in this part of the realm yet. It's concentrating up to the north and to the east. So, but it is something definitely to be watched out for.
Yeah.
And I'll give them the physiological changes, and if they cut them up, that there might be a blackness in them or something like that. It'll be.
That sounds quite terrifying. We'll keep an eye out for things like that and make sure if any of that pops up that we get the right people looking into that. You don't want that kind of thing spreading and causing a problem. So
they can control undead. Be careful of that.
Well, that's never a good thing in a city like this, but there's enough priests and folks there that can deal with that kind of stuff. But good to know. We'll make sure we have a couple of got a couple people on the payroll that'll help out with things like that occasionally, and we know who to talk to if any serious problems pop up. So, all right. Well, appreciate the information. Sorry I couldn't give more in terms of concrete details, but it's all just standard reports right now. There's nothing that's really been a major problem. Just oddities at this point. But the fact that they're happening is got some people concerned.
Yeah, and we're kind of gonna we may start looking into that, and because we're not sure that the two what we were working on before and what we're working on this may not be linked in some sort.
All right. Well, appreciate the information. Anything else for us, or if we find anything else out, we can send some things around there. Next time you talk to INR, let's just say we can confirm that no syndicate efforts are hampering their shipments. Well, we haven't been able to determine exactly what's happening. We know it's none of ours. Can assure him of that. None of his concerns of late are stemming from our organization.
I am sure he will appreciate that, so I'll extend his thanks to you ahead of time.
Excellent. And if we do find out more,
yeah.
I will say this. We can also confirm that there's nothing based in any of the cities. No goods matching. No goods have been flooding into the market that shouldn't be. That have not been accounted for, let's just say. So whatever is being done is not operating in and out of the cities of the north. It's got to be somewhere outside of Gervon.
Okay. Excellent.
Okay. Good. Well, pleasure doing business with you. Exchanging exchange is always appreciated. Have yourself a good day.
Yep.
Yeah.
And I'll stroll off.
Okay.
I'll pick his tab up as I leave.
Oh, it wasn't a bar. They just had some drinks laid out there. So yeah.
Okay.
At least just a secluded patio area that they were using. So who's got something next?
I believe we were going to head over to the Duchess.
Okay. So, who's all going to be there?
As a quick thing, I would just stop by the alchemist and just see if he knew anything about the tattoo.
I'll let you know. He did. He will let you know. So this is the
Eldritch Claw.
Yes. So, the tavern owner. Let me just pull that up here. This would be. Oh my gosh, the Steel Wind Flask, with the Warforged operator, Warforged owner operator, named Herb, who is essentially creates alchemical concoctions, and will let you know that he does supply a couple of individuals who like specialized inks, and will happily give you the list of clients that he doesn't know exactly what they use the inks for, but might be something along the lines of tattooing. Could also be making scrolls, be wizard type. In a place with a lot of arcane people there, they buy a lot of ink made of strange material. So he doesn't always know what they're buying them for, but he's got a couple of people that he can kind of point you toward at some point. So
perfect.
We'll get you that at some point here. So
yep.
Okay. Oh, who is heading to the Duchess?
I think we're all going except
I say I
Grimbar,
thought
aren't we?
everyone was, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
everyone.
I didn't know Grim, because Grim was off doing the syndicates. I wasn't sure if it was happening while Grim was the syndicate or.
Well, if I'm done and they haven't gone yet, I guess I have to tag along. But
Okay.
if they've gone while I was at the syndicate, I don't have to be there.
Okay. All right. Well, in that case, we can cut to the syndicate. Cut to the a late afternoon appointment. Strangely enough, when you do arrive at the gate and essentially request an audience, within a few minutes, it is granted. There's no real delay. You are allowed to head on in, and you will go ahead and be ushered into the throne room. And we won't bring that up there. We can bring it up. It doesn't matter. Let me grab that. If I can find it. I have a lot of old maps here.
Before we go in, is there anything we don't want to tell her?
Nothing. Sora doesn't want to tell her anything.
Okay. Does Sora not want to go?
Sora's going because Amethyst is threatened to go without her.
I said, if you don't come with me, I'll just go then. And she's like, fine.
Okay.
Sora's not going to be happy. She's going to do what she always does when she goes there. Folds her arms and just
Grumble,
stands
grumble.
there. Yep.
Okay.
Oh,
So,
wow. We haven't used this map in a long time.
Last time it was just Amethyst and Grimbar that were here. So you guys can put yourself on the map there and essentially move on up to them.
Oh,
Again,
the chairs are new, aren't they? Are they new?
Nope, they're there. They've been there.
They were there last time?
They sure were.
Yeah.
They sure were.
Really?
Yep.
I don't know where my head was.
The
You were
gallery.
looking at the pretty tile on the floor.
It's not pretty.
I know you hate it.
I hate it because it's not symmetrical. It's not your fault, Jim.
Actually, I didn't realize I should probably turn that off, run out the grid.
Blame the doctor. I'm sorry about that.
I'm going to
That's a
be
little
back.
better.
Back here is normal.
Turn the grid off. That's fine. Okay. So, as usual, you see the Duchess there. She will greet you. She'll be on the throne. And no sign of anyone else specifically. She's there seemingly by herself.
No, Dahlia, I wanted to congratulate her.
She's not currently there.
Mhm.
You glance up there. You do not see her doll there either, even though it is on the map technically. But it's her doll is not sitting up there anywhere specifically. But
I'm surprised we got let in. To be telling you the truth.
I mean, you are high-level adventurers with lots of information and stuff. Why wouldn't she speak with you?
Exactly.
Yeah, she has no animosity toward you. So,
Yet.
That's what I mean, though, with her. Like, we don't have to like her. It's a pretty symbiotic relationship that we have with her. We give her information, she gives us information, and you know, we don't get in trouble. She doesn't have us killed. So, you know, there's that.
So, when you do arrive there, you will the more perceptive among you and the more insightful among you. She does look like she's moving a little bit slower. She do see the lines in her face are a little deeper than they were the last time you saw her. She is showing a little bit more signs of age. Not so much that she's decrepit or anything like that, but there's definitely noticeable difference from the last time you saw her, which is only about a month or two ago. So she is definitely
Been longer than that, hasn't it?
it's hard to say exactly. So, I mean, the whole game has been less than a year so far. So,
Yeah.
technically, so 2 to 3 months or so, roughly. But well, you're all here. Well, the ones that who are present at least. It's good to see you all. Welcome back to Port Oris.
Where's Satara?
Yep.
She's not here.
She's here.
I can put her on the map. That's one sec here.
Mhm.
She's
I bet she was speaking about Eldon.
effectively, yeah, because the last time Esk is new from among you. So
Mhm.
do you see you have a diminutive new associate? And the I think Satara was here the last time. It was shortly after
Yeah.
we talked to her after she joined there. So and this
Yeah,
Ari-eyed one as well. So
Alden has retired now. He is he's taking care of Raven's Crest.
oh, I know. He's doing quite a respectable job of it as well, from my all reports.
He is. Yeah, of
Yes,
course.
yes.
Oh yeah, you would know that. Mm-hmm.
Well, I have been sending a little extra funds the way to fund to deal with the defense efforts that are being put in place because it is becoming more and more of a crossroads for trade and it's good to see people of this flourishing.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Well, what is it I can help you with today, or what you were looking for specifically?
Well, I thought firstly we could fill you in on what we've been doing in Drakoll,
Oh,
and what the things that we've discovered there.
I see. Well,
Saw his face.
just yeah.
Nope. I didn't want to tell her anything about Drakoll, and you're all up. I'm going to tell you all about Drakoll, okay?
I don't see a reason not to tell her. She literally has eyes and ears everywhere.
We have eyes and ears. He's on our ship.
Oh, I know, but he's not everywhere. She has eyes and ears everywhere.
I've heard distant rumblings that there's problems at Drakoll, but it's that's something we deal with directly here. So, what is it you've discovered?
Well, I mean, eventually it's going to affect everywhere if we don't put a stop to it. So,
Well, that's quite good. You are bring a stop to it, then, isn't it?
and what concerns me is, I'm sorry, what concerns me is it might be a cause of these rifts that are opening and stuff around everywhere else.
It is quite disturbing, yes.
I don't know what you know about the grasping void.
Let me see what she knows. I don't know it specifically, but with a name like that, I assume it's some sort of eldritch type entity.
Yeah.
Always have those strange fascination with tentacles and grabbing and grasping. It's like terrible.
Yeah. We've encountered gemstone dragonkin that have been corrupted by the grasping void.
Interesting. I did not know that the dragonkin came in that variety.
See, she doesn't know everything, Amethyst.
No.
She doesn't know everything.
She's only been here for a couple of centuries. The gemstone dragonkin disappeared like almost like 600 years ago.
We've encountered crystal and amethyst and topaz and sapphire. Sapphire?
And emerald.
Emerald.
Fascinating.
All of which have been corrupted in some way.
I mean, I'm aware of the existence of gemstone dragons, but theoretically, it makes sense that they exist. But I'd never heard reports or seen one before, so of course, yes. I mean, I do know, and the voice shifts a bit. I know of the dragons and their ilk. They are quite. They have retreated away, and it's in most cases, the world's better for it.
It seems that they answered some call of some kind and have been corrupted, and now have come back and are spreading basically by capturing queens and breeding, and then corrupting eggs and
Just terrible. No.
yes, it's all very, very horrible. We have an issue with the necropolis that the Topaz Dragonkin had raised all of the bodies, and there was a lot of undead. I mean, a lot.
It's a foul thing. Terrible.
Absolutely. We'd now heard there were concerns about rifts opening, and I just wondered what you knew, if you knew anything about that.
Oh, the rifts. The rifts are an unfortunate byproduct of things that happened centuries and millennia ago. They can be opened up manually. Someone could be tearing them open and causing problems, but the presence of them now is quite alarming. You see, the fact that they're opening up uncontrollably, it is, it indicates a destabilization in the veil between the planes. And that is always concerning. Things can break through into the material plane that should not be here. Coming from one who is also from another plane that shouldn't be here. But,
See? This is what I'm saying.
So, could they be a result or a consequence, or in conjunction with your error, with you announcing your error?
No, that is something that's been a necessity of time, really. And the voice goes back. This body cannot be sustained indefinitely. I'm finding that it's getting harder and harder to stay healthy and whole, and as such, I don't know.
Hence my question. Could somebody be coming out to attack you at your weakest?
Well, that is why I wish to make sure that an heir is provided for, and that someone can be trained and taught and be prepared for such an eventuality. And it's good to know for the people that an heir has been chosen, as well as they can get to know the young Duchess-to-be. And she can know the people and her responsibilities. It's a lot of work to do with all that we do.
How is Dahlia?
She's quite a charming young lady. She's taken to her studies quite well. She's learning quite a bit. She's very, very promising. I do feel quite reassured that she will be able to take on the role when it's needed.
We
And,
obviously
sure there are
noticed that she was quite special when we first met her.
Yeah, she's a genius child going into a very confident young woman. Yes. So, so with these,
Can you sense when these voids are going to open?
if they're in very close proximity, potentially, but I am more attuned to a specific plane than I am to others. If one were to open in my vicinity, I could seal it. But my range of effect is quite small in that aspect there, but we will. I have all the confidence in the students and teachers in the Ivy Lyceum to do so. They have many allies who can help to foster that sort of protection as well.
Can
The
ask
information we have, they certainly will gain the knowledge to be able to do that themselves. Ask, yes. What was that?
can ask like do an insight check on her. I
Sure.
mean, this is the first time he's been
Absolutely.
in here, and everyone's describing things.
Sure.
Like,
Go for it.
yeah.
Give me that check.
I forgot to fill him in on her beforehand.
Yeah.
Sora did.
Sora did. Oh, that's
Okay.
lower than my passive. Oh, come on, dice.
It's okay. I mean,
Sora
I would say
definitely
that.
did.
I mean,
Yeah, but Sora's version of her is more sort of, I hate her,
Yeah.
she's a bitch.
Yeah,
rather
yeah,
than
no.
what
S
she actually
S
is.
thing right now is like, why are we not just? She's right there. Let's just go kill her. Like, I don't
Sora
understand.
is still like that. Like she still
not
doesn't
a threat.
understand.
Why would you do that? She's not a threat to you. She's not. She's protecting the city.
she is an elderly woman. Obviously, there is a sense of power about her. She definitely has and it's partially this room as well. There's definitely power in this room. You can kind of feel it dampening and preventing any extra displays of magic. Essentially, is kind of the idea there. Even with your passive insight, though, you're going to see that there's a bit of a weird disconnect between how she moves and how she talks. The voice changing, the voice shifting. There's obviously, by what they said there,
Jim is roboting. Oh, no.
She.
Oh no, it's the storm.
Yeah.
I don't understand your problem. I don't understand. I mean, I understand to a certain extent, but now that we know that the Duchess was actually willing to take on this entity and to have her as protection, as an ally, hosting. I understand that she's hosting, but she's not doing anything. She's not harming anybody. She's protecting the city. She's taking care of the people. I don't understand why she's a threat. Is it just because she's from a different plane? Because if that's the case, why are you not attacking Satara?
No, it's not because she's
It's
from a
because
different
she's
plane.
evil.
She's evil.
Has she done anything evil?
She allowed that werewolf for years to feed on the city whenever she wanted to.
Nope, that wasn't the case at all.
That wasn't
she
her.
just didn't always have control of him when it was a full moon. That's all.
Okay,
She
well, I thought
finally
allowed it.
admitted that not remain in control, and that's why she let us take care of it.
Okay.
Yeah,
But
essentially,
like I said,
this was the fourth time it had happened in the last 80 years.
Yes.
so she said, "Okay, enough is enough."
Yeah, exactly. It was like
Okay.
occasionally the wolf gets too strong and breaks out of control and has to be put down. Essentially, is what's happened. So
it's not like it was happening every month. It was literally 4 times in 80 years, so on average of every 20 years.
Yeah. Effectively,
which
it was like
isn't a long amount of time, but still.
Yeah. But I he gives me the creeps, and that's all it is. Outside of that, I'm not. She's never done anything wrong to me. But
or to anybody.
So effectively, I mean, what you'll see is, there's definitely there's odd. She's odd. I mean, there's just the way she will occasionally move is strange. Like there's almost like she'll just suddenly, while she's speaking there's a shift there. The whole shoulders will hunch a little bit weird. There's definitely oddness about her. Nothing really overly malicious that you can sense. She doesn't seem like she's on the verge of attacking you. She seems very calm and in control.
Oh, don't touch those blue flower things either. Don't do that.
We also know that she has an army at her beck and call. So if we were to just decide to attack her, which I'm highly not recommending, we'd be dead within seconds.
Oh, I'm not saying attack her. No, I don't want to attack her.
No, Esk is.
No.
I don't. I mean,
Esk is not aware of the situation of which we found ourselves with the Duchess.
Yeah.
right.
So
I'm
his
getting
natural
the
response-
back half, and the back half is this is a being with one of those coins you all told me about, and she's puppeting that human over there.
Well, I will say this: you'll see is that it's literally like watching someone kind of like she doesn't suddenly become someone different. She is like literally the voice changes, but it's not like she's like like the conversation just kind of flows from one to the other. It's like one picks up where the other left off. Doesn't it isn't even like she just suddenly like is like when her voice shifts back, she continues the conversation. So,
Yeah.
is there anything else you wish to discuss or impart?
Do you know if any planes to the any rifts to the Feywild have opened?
I have not seen any recently here. I know there's a permanent rift in the south. It's always been a bit of concern down in the verdant wilds, of course. But I have not sensed any Fey presence within the city itself or its regions. I have not heard reports specifically of that situation either. It's what they will definitely keep an eye out for because it's an unpredictable thing at the very least. Not usually malicious, but it can definitely be problematic. So I have not heard reports or sensed any Fey presence within the city itself. Reports are that there have been a number of a few more troll sightings than normal, but it's that time of year. They tend to be a little more active in the summertime, having done a little bit of breeding over the time. So there's always a chance that the troll activities are fairly normal. But there have been a few more sightings in the last few years at least. Nothing too problematic, but there's been just more reports of them.
Do you think you'd be able to sense the grasping void if it was in the city?
I don't know. I suspect maybe.
It is connected to the same thing that bound the coins.
Yes, and with that in mind, I have not sensed any strange presence related to that binding. I do notice that, and I don't know you've talked to her since you destroyed the book, have you?
Mm-mm.
So I do note that there's less of that presence around yourselves. It was, oh no, actually, she did know because that's why she gave you the coin.
Yeah.
Yes, we have. Yeah,
Yes.
we have spoken to her since. Yeah.
Yep, because the coin became a little bit more, yeah. The coin itself became a little more of a problem when the book was destroyed. So, yes, I think if it was in close proximity, I would probably be able to sense it in some way. And I've not done so, so I will be on the lookout for that if this is more of an issue. Of course, we don't want that sort of thing to get a hold in a place where so many lives are at stake.
It's good.
All right then. Well,
One more question.
Of course, of course.
When there's no, I don't know how to ask the question without being totally rude.
I mean,
What,
go
like,
for
are
it.
you dying?
No, I don't want to. No, basically, what I want to ask is, when this body croaks and we're talking to Dahlia, are we talking to Dahlia or are we talking to her?
Yes. That's
You
why
want
the
to
voice
ask? You
changes.
wanna,
That's basically what I'm going to ask her. Yes.
she sort of looks at you, just kind of a flat stare at you.
Yeah, and I apologize. I'm not trying to be, I just because will she have your memories? That's what I should ask. Will she have your memories?
She will not, and the voice like, she will not have my memories, but I will be able to guide her. Yeah.
Okay.
And so,
And that's when that funky shift
Mhm.
happens.
Yes.
Said.
So
Okay.
the Duchess cannot impart it. But that is why she's being trained and why she's been learning so much. To pass on what knowledge we can and whatever schooling she will need to be an effective leader.
I know she probably looked at me like, what a fucking asswipe, but yeah.
She just sort of like level that stare at you, sort of like,
when you attack the old person in the room.
I don't impart memories. I just advise and give a measure of power.
Gosh, I want to kill this chick so bad.
What did I tell you? But
So we'll still be able
and
to
I'm just
communicate with you.
Well, think about it. Think about it. That's a political question you want to ask.
Yeah.
So who you're going to be dealing with when the time
Yeah.
comes,
Yeah.
Mhm.
I mean, no one's seen the shift. No one around has seen the
Are
shift of power. Yeah.
Are we going to be dealing with an adolescent child who just took over the throne, or an adolescent young adult, they just took over the throne, or are we going to be dealing with the woman that's been doing this for 1,000 years or however long?
300 and something
years.
Yeah.
A little bit too.
Yeah. Almost.
But that's where I'm getting at. That's all. I just Grimbar did. He spoke Grimbar.
Well, she doesn't seem to be offended by it in the fight. There, she yes. Essentially, Kaelda will pass on, but the hag will still be there, assuming that the bond is passed on.
Yeah, there's no way the hag's not going to let them bond pass.
I mean, if she
one
decides
thing that was
to fight against it.
One thing that was revealed last time is that it has to be by choice.
It has to be by choice, yeah.
You have to take up the coin and actually make the bond yourself. You can't. It can't be forced upon you.
And right now it's standing as she's choosing this, but it could be later on she chooses not to. So who knows? We'll only have to wait for the future.
Up to Delia and what she decides there. So, and there's no indication of how soon. I mean, this would happen. It's just she's been revealed as the heir, but there's been there's no timeline for when a change will happen. That it has been made aware of, at least. All right. Well,
do you have a way of getting in touch with us if anything does happen in the city?
If you wish, I could do so. Yes. I'm sure you have your other contacts as well. I would never assume to just intrude upon you, but I could do the sending. Yes. I would assume that your allies and your friends and people that you work with, they would send to you as well, and so I would trust in your connections. I know my presence, and she was literally, you gotta see her looking over your heads and pretty much at Sora. I know my presence is distasteful to some of you, and so I would not presume to impart my presence upon you. I know it's not welcome. Yep.
I don't have a problem.
Well, if there is, I will say this: if there is an inkling of this void thing that you've spoken of, I will inform you of that, as you are currently, as you say, dealing with this. So if there is a problem arising, I will reach out to let you know.
Thank you.
Excellent.
Can we also fill her in on the changes as well in people, just so that she knows what to look out for amongst her own staff and armies and things?
Strange corruption of sorts. I've seen the thing before, but maybe not in the same format as well. So I appreciate the information of what to look for. I will ensure that some of our guardsmen and such know that what to be aware of. If there are reports of citizens going missing, we will try to correlate the incidents to see if they have any sort of similarities. All right, then. Well, if there's nothing else, I think let you get about your days. I'm sure you have many things to accomplish while you're here, so I do appreciate the information.
Thank you for seeing us at such short notice.
Exchange is always appreciated. Reciprocation is vital.
Just keeping open the lines of communication, you know.
Exactly. It's appreciated. Well, be about your day.
Yeah, we'll
She
get
will
out of your
essentially dismiss you there, and
So annoying. She dismissed me before I could just start leaving.
I mean, she would whichever way you want to go there, it's fine. Sora's already leaving.
We'll leave.
But with that, we are going to cut to our break. A couple minutes,
Well,
a little bit later. And
also grabs the Tora.
I'll be back in just a little bit.
Yep.
Oh yeah, she will go with you as well, obviously. And welcome back. We are the party has just left the palace in Port Oris, heading back out into the city. And what you guys want to do next? You have the city here to check into. You you can definitely make a run off there and get your tattoo done.
Yeah, he would definitely go.
Okay. We'll just say tattoo artist is down actually in the foreign quarter down here. So you kind of send off that direction there to meet up with the artist there. Details inconsequential for right now, but yeah, you'll get into a tattoo shop there. Have their have your ink added on there, so you can have your Eldritch Claw tattoo.
I will unattune from the flame tongue and the mace of disruption. I'll attune for both of those, and then attune to Sunforger.
Okay. All right. So you can you have your little bag of hammers basically now.
Yeah, I'm all hammered up. Hammer time.
You're becoming a sore by the minute. I can feel it.
Itty bitty Sora.
I think one is enough, to be fair.
They all do
Never.
different things. So yeah, a hammer for every occasion. So as this is doing that, you guys can kind of finish up things around the city. As I mentioned, Nils will have your items tomorrow, essentially. So you'll want to come back, or check in with him. So for the rest of the evening, is there anywhere else you want to go and check in with? Sora, you had mentioned potentially talking to the temple.
Yep. Before we leave to go to Raven's Crest, I will go to the temple. It's kind of like a nighttime thing, though. Like, I don't want the whole party there.
Okay, that's fine.
Oh, then I'm going. I am definitely going.
Going to the temple with me?
Oh,
What?
yeah.
Sure, at the place
Okay.
the Grimbar. Yeah.
No, I won't.
You guys can divide up there. Ask is getting a tattoo done, Sora. You can go do that. Is there anything specifically you're there to do, or just to commune and
Just commune, check in,
Okay.
verify that everything's still, hunky dory.
I mean,
I think
no-
she's been excommunicated myself.
uh,
She's
there-
been communicating with Tiamat, so.
I mean,
That didn't happen.
Did not happen. I just heard her voice. I did not talk to her.
Okay. I'll stay out of it. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
so if it's just a matter of just going and doing your devotions, then just get past that. Unless there's anything specifically you want to do, or you do not get any sort of sense of disapproval or anything else like that. There's nothing along those lines there, and
Okay.
while there's nothing imparted on you, no other words or anything else imparted on you specifically this time, you do not sense any sort of displeasure or anything else. You seem calmly at peace when it comes to the connections you've had there.
Cool.
I mean, everything else is chaotic, but that seems to be okay.
That's good because I can deal with one neutral thing.
I will be standing outside the temple, by the way.
Sure.
As always.
As always. I would, when I get up, I want to see if any of the other people are around and check and see how they're doing.
Mhm.
If they've heard any grumblings or anything that I might be able to take care of for them.
Avery's drink.
Oh, you're muted. There is a little bit of, I wouldn't say unrest or worry specifically, but there's definitely one of the other priests there, one of the priests of light, from is a generalized good temple of light, and knows that it's one of the other priests and the other gods there. We'll ask if there have been any, how to describe this. There's as if there was a flickering, a strange disruption in the light on occasion.
I will be right back. I'm going to turn off my screen. I'm going to relocate into my bedroom. We're having there's a big gathering with my daughter, with her friends. So I don't want it to be a disturbance. So give me just a couple minutes. I'm going to relocate.
No worries, we'll take care of this. Yep, fine.
That'll shift the cameras.
Nope, it's fine. You just do
All right. So
there's been as if an occasional shadow will pass over the light. More on the lines of a flickering, let's just say. Have you just encountered anything among your perceptions or dealings with your deity?
So we had this incident over in Drakoll, and then I'll tell her about how I heard the 3 dragon deities telling me to stop the evil from happening, basically.
It is concerning, yes. Well, I think that we will have to be more vigilant in terms of where things are happening. It is strange that these are related, but well, if there's anything you discover, please impart it upon the temple. We have been looking for what might be the cause of such things. Flickering is one thing, but we do not want darkness to sweep over anything else.
Do you think that it might have something to do with the void?
No, I don't think so. It's more that disruption in connection, let's just say, or a shadow passing briefly in front of the lights. It's not so much like a dimming of the light, it's just something interrupting.
Okay. I don't know of anything to tell her about that unless I do know something and I just don't, the person doesn't remember.
I mean, give me a religion check.
Okay. Because, I just became trained in this a couple
I know, yeah.
sessions ago.
You have been learning more about things. Let's see if it inspires you.
Yes.
Okay. Obviously, of an eclipse, things happen. You know, kind of the shadows moving over the moon and things happening as things that kind of things happen in there. But a flickering thing is more of a temporary disruption. Like a connection is not being made, or something is happening maybe on the source of the light that's causing it to be obscured for a moment. And you actually get some sort of very old in some of your religious readings in there were some very old descriptions of the cataclysm and the time when rifts appeared, that light became unpredictable. Light itself, not the deities of light, but light itself became unpredictable. So much so that it's the reason why Anul Karun is a desert. And there, the light flared out and scorched everything around it, burned every living thing for 50 to 100 miles around the city there. The temple itself erupted. So if there's something to do with these rifts, it could be affecting light as well.
That's crazy pants. Okay.
Yes. So again, it's the disruption of light is something that was mentioned in some of the oldest religious writings that were kind of stored away from that time period.
Awesome. Now that I know that's a thing, I make sure when I open the doors and indubitably will see Amethyst sitting there, I will tell her that they are seeing flickerings of the lights as well as stuffs.
What does that mean, though?
The rune thing, I like how the light was so weird and it made Anul Karun the desert. And it could possibly do something like that. And that kind of happened like right before the cataclysm? During?
Yeah,
during the cataclysm.
the event all happened kind of simultaneously. Things. In fact, there was
Are we
actually
having another one?
That they are thinking that it's close to it, yeah.
Multiple cataclysms.
Which
I mean, again, no one alive was there when it happened, so yes, it's
yeah. So it's possible we could be having another one, going into another one, or we were in it and we just didn't know it. That makes sense.
Didn't all magic stop working there in the cataclysm?
Actually, magic started to become unstable and stopped working before the cataclysm happened.
Okay.
And afterwards, it was just chaotic and messed up.
So we know that's not a thing because our magic's still working and isn't being unpredictable in any way.
Correct? No,
But
correct.
it could be a different type of cataclysm, don't you think? I mean, are all cataclysms the same?
I don't
Only
know.
ever been one.
There's only ever been one that we know of, and it was so long ago nobody remembers. So,
I mean, even Sutara. I mean, I mean, her people live outside of the cataclysm, and so essentially it affected the realm of Avress. She's where she's from is literally from the area surrounding the realm of Avress, and so effectively everything. I mean, what happened in Everest affected the astral plane. It's one of the reasons why there's rift and why she was able to come through the way she did. She was able to step through a permanent essentially gateway that exists in the material plane through the astral space. So
all right, so yeah, I mean, it could be on the verge of something new.
I don't like any of it.
Neither do I. So I
Like,
think maybe
we haven't got this grasping void thing to take care of already, and then this, which is potentially even bigger than that.
It's possible. Maybe we should go collect the others and talk about it tonight, and then before we go to Port or to Raven's Crest.
to do where what? I missed that.
No, we collect the others, tell the others, and then go to Raven's Crest.
Sure. Okay. I mean, however you wish to do it. So you guys can gather back up again. Figure out how you want to do that.
Tumble tankard.
Seems a
It's like the
reasonable
best place to be.
Tumble tankard. Yep.
Tankard. Is that Iron Arm's place or no?
Yeah.
That's
Mabel's.
Well, Mabel's place. He works for her, not the other way around.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll be there.
He's her bitch, not the other way around.
Yeah.
I mean,
right. So yeah, it's easy enough to meet up there. Lucas, how about you? Are you gonna meet up with them there and send them on their way, or you stay here? Or what's the plan there?
I don't know if I want to go with them, though, but we'll see.
What?
You don't have to go with us to Raven's Crest. Raven's Crest is just where I need to go after this before nightfall.
Yeah, the Amethyst needs a little scratch, a little itch scratch.
You want to go before nightfall?
Well, yeah.
Okay.
We don't necessarily need your spell slot to do it, do we?
Well, you can open up a
Yeah.
you open up the circle there to send them through. You don't have to go through with them.
Right.
Yeah, that's fine. Yeah.
All right. Well, in that case, you can go ahead and if nobody else has anything else, any specific to do here in town before that happens, you guys can meet up. Lucas, effectively, yes, the gem now acts as the gem of chaos now acts as the focal point for the teleportation circle. It opens up, and whoever wants to can go through to Raven's Crest.
are you not coming with us then?
Doesn't need to.
I've got things to pick up tomorrow, and
So have I.
They don't need to go with us.
I spoke to Nils too.
I want to stay with Alintra.
All right.
I am dragging S.
He has
though.
an itch that needs to be scratched too.
Will you pick my thing up then for me?
We'll
I
be
will,
back
because that's one of
tomorrow.
the reasons I'm staying around. Yeah.
We'll be back tomorrow. It's not like we're going to be gone and not coming back.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Well, in that case, so Esk, are you gonna head over? Are you gonna say head with him as well?
Yeah. When he's done, he would he'd go ahead and head out. Very
Definitely.
sore arms.
Yeah.
Yeah. His arms.
You deserve that one, though. Sore is not going to help you on that one.
Yeah. His arms, and then like
tattoos.
He has
And
tattoos now. So
as he leaves, I'll tap him on the arm and say, "Have a good trip."
Oh my gosh. Full sleeves. He has full sleeve tattoos now. Like just completely.
That's a lot of work.
Yeah, it's a lot of work. He had a lot of work done in just a couple hours there. Magical kingdom we all live in here.
Do you not have scales?
Yep.
Some parts. Yeah, some parts have scales. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Any tattoo
And then
scales?
They aren't fully
is
scaled.
like,
Yeah. Kobolds aren't fully scaled or head to toe. They just have scales and patches.
Yeah, it's like my chest has scales. Very sad baby.
I hear.
Yes. All right. So you guys will pop in at the at teleportation circle there, and as soon as you pop in there, you will see that there is now a whole lattice work of almost like a trellis or something over the whole patio area where the circle is. There are vines creeping up it all over the place there, and little lights that are set inside of it as well, kind of twinkling there, which you can see are while the vines and lattice work are all wood and natural plant. The little lights twinkling inside there are actually like little trapped dancing lights that have been kind of embedded in little glass orbs that are kind of strung along there like Christmas lights.
So pretty.
Mm-hmm.
Iris did a great job.
There is a great the fence all around there looks very reinforced as well, and the gateway that goes out to the street has a very heavy ornate looking lock on it.
Do I get the feeling that they had an issue while we were gone?
No, you have an artificer here who's basically like defending the place.
Well, good Lord, Eldon.
Are these
Oh yeah, no,
fences
it's gotten like completely out of control with Eldon actually living here. Definitely.
Effectively, so essentially, yeah. So it's obviously much more secure, but also very nicely lit up and everything else. You probably Amethyst. You kind of look up there and realize the ivy growth across there is probably accelerated by a certain druid.
Certain druid.
Druid.
That's spending time here as well, obviously. But that's about pretty much all you can see from the patio area in here. When you go inside, the house looks very similar to what it was before. Nothing's really changed much there. It's definitely still clean, still, but it hasn't been changed much since you've been away. But people are there to. Iris is there to greet you. Effectively, since when you pop in, as the evening there, Catherine and Reese are there as well, and well, that's it for right now.
Chesty.
Chesty.
Where's Chesty?
So something that I forgot that I have is the birthday necklace that was given to Elia and I by Addy on our birthdays.
Yep.
I can tell which direction and the distance of where she is?
Yep.
So can I
Um,
work out where she might be so I can sneak up on her?
yes.
Sneak up
Maybe
on
not
her?
paying much attention to hers because then she'd know that I was coming. But
Well, at this time, we'll say you kind of get the impression she's within the city, probably over at the lumber mill.
okay.
Based on the distance there, and distance and direction.
Mhm.
I mean, it's her father runs the place, and she's takes care of the grove, so she seems to be in that direction.
Alright.
Jesse is actually in the kitchen.
Yes, I've got some scraps for you.
Oh,
Scraps.
Jesse's about half again as big as he was.
Holy
I was
when you
going
cow!
to
left.
say, I bet she's huge
Um,
now.
And is sitting there. Essentially, you can see that effectively all the cuttings from the making dinners and stuff like that it gets tossed to Chesty to dispose of.
You're such a big boy now. Holy cow! We won't
Yeah.
be fitting you in my pocket anytime soon.
No, it's definitely and it's just sort of like it's kind of big looking chest sitting there on one of the tables on the side there, and as you kind of step in there, it just and it's just chewing on whatever's still there.
How's it go?
Yeah. Yep.
Oh, I missed you, Chesty. There's no way you would have fit in my pocket, though. We would have had
No.
to taken you home at some point.
No. I mean, he's about like small coffer size now. He's not full on chest there, but like before he was the size of a shoebox. Now he's about probably about 18 to 20 inches long. Yeah. So yeah,
Nope,
he's
won't fit in my pocket.
no, does he not? I mean, we've kind of fit into. It's about the size of a backpack now.
Ooh,
Yeah.
one day, Chesty.
But yeah, so you basically see everyone in the town there.
Caitlin?
Oh, oops.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What are you doing?
There's Iris is very happy to see you. She reports that everything, and Catherine reports that everything seems to be moving well. Shipments have been coming and going from your mother, essentially, storing here and moving things on. Some of the first shipments have started to arrive, and
nice.
the warehouse is completed, and it's in use. So she's taken on some of the duties there as well, some managing that as well.
Well, look at that, getting a promotion and whatnot.
Well,
Okay.
We have to make sure that there's things that the business side of things are being taken care of as well. So that's household business, and it's all part of the same thing now.
Awesome. Have you spoken with the lady across the street or seen her out and about at all?
I have not spoken with her directly, no, but I do know the house is still intact and still, from what I've heard, she's still in operation. She's the town dressmaker.
Okay. I'll pay her a visit before. How late in the night is it at this point?
It's you tell me. You just arrived. So what time did you leave Port Arthur? You said evening. So
Yeah, it's about evening. I would say before dinner, though.
sure, yeah. I said, well, by any recent in the kitchen, cooking things up.
Okay.
Esk, you are in a very nice looking,
Very beautiful.
yeah,
Yeah.
small, not a full size mansion, but a very large house. Definitely larger than you're used to seeing. Of course, you just spent time in a palace, so it's definitely not on that order, but still.
I'm still very sore. I'm just gonna find a place to just.
I know a
sit.
place you can rest. Come with me.
Which room is Esk's room?
We didn't
Doesn't
give him
have
one
one.
yet, as he's the first time.
He's never been here before.
I've never been here before. Yeah.
I mean, I'm just saying, we need to give him a room, right?
Well, I'm gonna go introduce him to
There's
Eldon
Esk's room.
first and see if maybe Eldon has some room down there.
I mean, there's 2 guest rooms that are currently empty right now, so
We don't have that map, so I can't see it. So I'm gonna run.
Yeah,
I'm gonna grab.
one sec, I will move you to that
Fighting.
map.
I'm gonna grab Esk's hand and whisk him downstairs to Eldon.
Oh
So,
gosh.
See,
yeah, so
either
you
of
go
these
in.
scenarios are funny now because either Almy has to speak to himself, or
Oh,
Jem
wow.
has to do
It's an
Elton's
old map.
voice with Almy here, which is also quite amusing to me.
One sec.
Yep.
Let me just change that. That's no longer the case.
Yeah. Yep, they're both amusing
Alright,
to me as well.
I updated that, so what to see. Okay, anyway. Yeah, so there are various places. That's actually Grimbar's room now. So that time he was here last time. The basement. When you do the basement there, you will find Eldon is actually Eldon and Audrey are actually discussing. You see, there's actually a little table set up out in the space over here. They're just kind of like poring over like drawings and schematics and things like that on a little table out in the center here, just kind of away from stuff there as they're talking. Oh, you're back. And Eldon's, oh, very good. You're back then. All right then. Yes. So we'll see exactly what I can tell you. Oh, too much. Well, just completely flustered, obviously, by the fact that he has no clue that you didn't tell him that you were coming.
Of course,
Mhm.
I didn't tell him I was coming.
And then kind of shoving papers around. And like, well, we have things. No, too much. Well, let's see.
Hold on, calm down.
What do you?
First things first.
Yes.
Here's the Mizium plate armor back, as I don't need it any longer. Thank you.
See, that is quite an impressive piece you're wearing there. Yes, I will have to repurpose this or see if somebody else can use it. I could use it myself, maybe. Yes, we'll see. Yes, and you'll take that from, kind of set it aside. Oh,
And then this is our friend Ask.
Your
Yes.
replacement.
Hello. My name is Ask. It is good to meet you.
you're a kobold.
Yes, and you are a gnome. Yes.
Of course.
At the same
Right.
height.
Yes.
Literally the same
all
height,
three
yeah.
of the fact that. Well, you don't have very much in the way of. Those look fresh. Do they hurt?
Quite so. Yeah, indeed.
Okay. Maybe I can whip up an alchemical remedy to ease the pain on that. Yes, we can do something along those lines. Of course.
Don't you
Well,
dare. He did that to himself.
well, you want to ensure that things heal properly, and that you don't want to be sure that things aren't going to be a problem, and that doesn't get infected or anything else like that. So, right. Yes.
I don't want to
So-
heal it so well that the tattoos disappear, though.
That's not how that works. You don't. I mean, although it's very similar to when you're just mending on a book that's been ripped. It removes all the writing from inside of it. So maybe it would. In that case, yeah, to make sure that the magical inks is not washed away or ruined. Of course.
It is an enchantment. Yes, indeed. This is as you see, a magical tattoo.
Yes, I see that.
I am quite tired. Would I be able to sleep in here? And I will gesture to this, just this fighting room. Like you, just like.
I mean, there's rooms upstairs that have beds in them if you wish. There's plenty of space there. Or
You got your own room. You don't have to stay down here.
Or if you would like, we can set up a place down in the cellar. Kind of.
How
There's
is the
a-
mushroom cellar going?
I mean, the mushrooms are coming along very nicely, quite well, in fact. There's quite a variety, and more have been coming along. Dale has been very good about making sure that we have enough things here to work with, and a variety to use for alchemical and other purposes. Yes.
Oh, yes. I have one other gift for you. Well, couple. I'm going to give him some of the amethyst crystals that I had. and at the same time give him the storm crystal that I had.
You have been to some very interesting locales for these types of minerals.
We fought dragons.
I don't believe you.
Dragon! Would I lie? Would I lie
No.
to you?
No, you would not. I suppose not. What? A dragon? Oh,
Yeah, well, an undead one, but yes, it's still deadly.
dead dragon.
Not just a dragon, died.
Yeah, undead dragon. Mm-hmm.
I don't know who guy
The
is.
dragon.
He's
Oh.
the
You have quite the tale to tell. I'm sorry. Let me 1 moment, please. And he will lead you off down to here. And one of the other, the little storeroom, essentially underground storeroom, that's been used in there.
Yeah,
Kind of in there.
that would
And
be
he'll set up.
perfect.
And he'll set up a little sleeping pallet for you. It should do nicely for you. Yes, relax. You can turn the light off there. Just turn that little knob up there on the light there if you want it to be dark. You can sleep in here in a subterranean environment, more like you used to. I'm sure. Yes.
Wow.
Thank you.
I knew he would know where to put you.
And Ask would absolutely set up in there. It would be the fun, like little dogs thing that they do when they like
3 times
circle,
around there, and then they
around.
don't.
Yeah.
It's kind of and flop. Okay.
Yeah, then just flop down.
S can go ahead and pass out there.
I'm still a little bit recovering from the crazy exhaustion, 3 levels of exhaustion thing.
Mm-hmm.
You got hit the hardest by it, I think. So yeah. All right then. So yes, Eldon will basically. I mean, he will fill you in on the insane stuff he's been doing. He's a little upset because the town would let him put arcane cannons on all the gates and everything else because it was just too unsightly. So they're worried about the aesthetics, and so essentially he's been outfitting the guards on the walls with better weapons to be able to fire things out there and do things. And so he lets you do all the crazy stuff he's been doing with that.
Helping Seb with his battle beast.
Oh yeah, absolutely, yeah. So,
Adon, have you thought of maybe putting the battle cannons in the ground and then having them come out of the ground?
I mean, the delay between deployment to that point would kind of make them rendering them somewhat useless. And if they're going to be firing in the air, if you have them on the ground level, then you have to worry about tracking across buildings and other obstructions. You want them up at a high point so they fire. Well, no, because if you try to fire, if something's over this way, you try to fire, you're going to be firing through the building. If you're on top of the building, you can't do that. So you see, yes, we want to make sure that there's nothing in the way, obstructed view of the weapons that are firing up in the air.
What about having some kind of invisibility enchantment on it so that you can't actually see them? They can't be unsightly if you can't see them.
It would not be a bad thing to do, but it seems a bit of a waste of resources to make something invisible, especially permanently.
I forgot Eldon was more worried about cost effectiveness than he was about actually doing the thing.
Yeah, I mean, there's that. I mean, he will say he's very excited about the fact that he's been given a budget to do things with. That he and Nimbus have been working on a number of improvements, and while he's been more of the offensive and defensive capabilities, where Nimbus has been more of the quality of life kind of thing.
Mm-hmm. All right.
And Archie's sort of like this kind of a long-suffering sigh, rolling her eyes a bit here and there, and just you can see while you've been talking, she's been sort of reshuffling and organizing the notes on the table there, kind of making sense of them, laying them out in a much better way to keep track of things.
Mm-hmm. And how are you doing?
Just fine. It's been a little chaotic, I'll just say. I mean, it's a lot to deal with, but it's been good. Been really good.
Good. I'm glad. I'm going to bed now, or out for the moment, and then I'll be going to bed.
5 o'clock.
Out?
Listen, Sora has... Yes, I have to go out, Amethyst.
Me too.
You go out to your out.
Are you headed out before all this happened here, or were you here for this all this part here?
Oh yeah, I was going to leave. I would be gone.
Okay, so as Zora is talking with Amethyst, talking over with Eldon and then people in the house and stuff, and as gets settled there, Amethyst, you head on out. You find yourself heading. Isn't nightfall yet? It's still light out. You. Are you going to take any precautions? Are you going to change your appearance or anything else and wander through town, or what's the plan?
Yeah,
there?
why not? Yeah.
Okay. So you make it a little more like a townsfolk there, and kind of move to the streets there. People kind of notice the fact that they don't really know you, but at the same time they don't pay you much notice for the most part. You head on over in that direction. Okay. As you approach, you see the lumber mill. Is definitely in full production mode. There's lots of stacks of lumber around. There's definitely a couple of wagons. Even now, you see that there's a wagon being loaded up with lumber, more traditional lumber, not loftwood. And it seems to be being prepped to be shipped out, potentially on one of the wagons that are there. You see there's a number of workers just moving around there and standing off to the side, kind of over on the edge of the clearing over here where the lumber mill is. You'll see Elia speaking with one of the workmen you don't recognize. He seems to be discussing something quietly with them. Seems to be calm discussion about something. As you approach, see her in her normal sort of. She's in her work clothes by the look of it, kind of the forest green leather type things. Like she may have. She's her hair is a bit messed up, as if she's been working. But you do see her. What do you do?
I will approach her and say, "Excuse me, miss. I was wondering if I could get a hug." And then I'll change my appearance back to me, obviously.
Okay. She just sort of looks at you, and like there's just sort of a very, very brief, even before you change your appearance, a very brief of like, wait. And yeah, she goes in for a big hug. The guy standing there kind of looks confused. The fact that there's in there, you don't recognize the workman specifically. That's not something you've seen before working here, but he just kind of steps back a little bit, sort of like, what's going on? Yeah. You could have warned me you're going to be here at least. Come on.
Well, how am I going to sneak up on you and surprise you if I warn you that I'm coming?
True. Okay, fine.
You know I like sneaking up on you.
Yes, of course. Feelings mutual. Let me guess, you're only here for the night, aren't you?
Maybe. I think so.
Okay. I know. I expect to see it all is something at least. So, well, let me finish up here with this. We're just trying to coordinate the next set of cuttings that's out there. But just about. And she kind of finishes up with the guy there, just essentially just kind of telling him where and how much to cut and everything else. He seems to be has a little journal in his hand, taking down notes there, keeping track of what's being done.
If there's anything I can help with, then I will.
Oh no, things are fine. Just a typical production season. This is harvest time for the most part. There's some plans to build up some more of the farmsteads and out to the east.
Nice.
It's things are growing all the time.
Spoken like a true druid.
Well, not growing in the way the druid normally would do things. Is more growing in terms of like housing and
I know what you meant.
It's strange, but it's good. It's good. Just trying to make sure we aren't pushing too much into the forest. Bit of a balancing act. So, well, then where are we going? What are we doing?
What do you want to do?
I had just planned to go get some food and relax for the evening. I didn't know you were going to be here, so I don't know.
I could eat.
So she'll kind of grab your hand and take you off to someplace. Take you up to probably the Fighting Unicorn has a little more in the way of like meals instead of the appetizers at the Jewel Flagon. So take you in there, get some food, sit and catch up. How much do you let her know? I mean, you've been talking to her not pretty much nonstop. So
yeah,
okay,
yeah,
okay,
yeah. She'll know everything basically.
Okay, so she'll just kind of basically just catch her up on what you've done since the last time you talked with her. It was probably a couple day or two ago. She seems to be. I mean, she seems obviously concerned by the fact that what you're doing, but at the same time, confident in your ability to get things done.
Saving the world.
Yeah, it seems that way. You
It's a tough job, but somebody's got to do it.
each their own, I guess.
You helped. You helped a lot.
Well,
it was very strange, but it was very good.
Yeah. Have you felt anything strange lately?
Yep. Like what? What are you asking?
Well, it's weird. Sometimes when it's really quiet, dark, I'm lying there, I'll hear like a sputtering of flames. It's like you know how the fire crackles and or when you have a candle or a torch and it's windy out, it just kind of blows it and flutters the flames. I keep hearing that sound.
That's
Every
weird.
once in a while. I don't know. It's just it's always, there's never any sense of warmth from the sound I'm hearing. I don't see any of the light. It's just that sort of sound, and it almost feels colder when that happens. Have you seen? You haven't seen that or haven't felt that?
No.
Well, I mean, I know we're not always in perfect sync, but I hope that maybe you might know what's happening with that.
I can speak to Janan and see if she can put any meaning to it.
All right. I mean, it's only happened a couple of times, but it's never very long. Just a brief little flash, or just a few seconds at a time, maybe.
Does it? Is it anything similar to the candles that I experienced when the whole wraith thing was happening, Jim?
I mean, you haven't experienced it, so you don't know.
Okay. But if I describe that to her.
I mean, maybe. I don't know. I never sensed or felt that really. Not the way you did. You always described it.
I wonder if it's any of the other shattered souls that you're picking up on.
I mean, that could be, I suppose. I mean, it's we're all. I mean, I guess in some way we're all connected, but why now? I don't know.
maybe with these rifts that are opening and stuff, that's having some effect on it. Maybe we should speak to Mabel as well, see if she's picked up on anything.
Well, we'll see what we... Yes, you're right. We'll have to figure that out. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So, and in terms of the lighter moods there, I mean, she will describe the fact that her and a group of folks there did take down a troll at one point in the northern forest because they have to. It's not unheard of, and so
look at you adventuring without me.
well, it's kind of part of the reason why we're up there. It happens twice a year, maybe. So this isn't unheard of. And the hunters track them, find them, we deal with them, put them down, and having a druid that can use fire is really nice, really handy.
Yes.
So yeah, there's definitely a lot of looks from folks there that, hey, this is back there, kind of the hub of conversation, the fact that you're back in town. People obviously who know who you are and everything. There's a bit of with your passive insight, you do catch the fact that there's a little bit of an odd sort of, I guess, mood between the bartender. One sec here. That would be
the one that just grunts.
No, he's not there. Sorry, I'm running out. My names have all sort of gotten messed up in my head at this point here. Where is she? Oh my gosh. Why can't I find her name?
Are you talking about Jenny D's?
No, the one who owns the bar. She's the half elf that owns the bar here. And for some reason I can't find her name here. So anyway, Danella, yes, thank you. That's the one. A bit of an odd look between Danella and Elia. Nothing hostile, nothing strange, just an odd sort of mood that you kind of pick up on. Just an occasional glance between the two of them, and just sort of a bit uncomfortable.
What's that about?
You ask? Or you
yeah, I'll ask her telepathically. By her, I mean Elia.
I mean, well, I mean, the fact that we're kind of related. We never do.
Oh yeah.
It's been a little strange.
Forgot, did you?
Yeah.
Forgot that she's the granddaughter of the old lady next door to us.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
And basically, and Carlela is actually the great grand aunt, or so.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it's not a close relation, but the fact that it's there and we never knew.
Yeah,
I mean,
but it could be the beginning of a beautiful friendship between the two of you.
We knew each other for a long time. It's just to find out that we were actually related is a little strange.
I bet, yeah.
So, but it's fine. It's not bad. It's just strange.
Okay. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, we kind of dropped that bombshell and just left. Even stressed.
Oh yeah.
We were like, yeah. Oh, by the way, you're related. See you later.
Yep. Your great grandfather is some crazy guy who was who worked with the Dark King. Bye bye.
Yeah, but I mean, I'm sure she preferred to know than not know. I would prefer to.
Yeah. So, again, nothing hostile, nothing strange, just a little bit odd. You pick up on, but if there's nothing else, we can cut back to Port Oris. Lucas, anything specifically you are planning for the evening there?
No, nothing specific.
Okay.
Night out. Yeah.
Sure. Anything you wanted to find out, or any other information you want to push for or look into? Obviously, you have some information from potentially.
You talking to me or?
Lucas for the moment.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah.
I thought I just put my headphones on. Making sure.
No worries. Yeah.
No, not really. Not going to think of. I asked her about the rifts and stuff earlier, didn't we? So.
Somewhat, yeah. Yep. So effectively, she does show concern that there's been more and more that people have been more buying up magic stuff. It's been hard to keep things on the shelves, and it's there've been a lot more adventurer type around. But it's weird because they're buying them up, and then a lot of customers I've never seen before. It's a little strange. People come in, buy things, and they're gone.
Well, then locals? They're not locals then.
Not locals, yeah. I mean, granted, we do have some repeat customers, but it's been a lot of people coming in, buying things, and never seen them again.
Do you know where they're coming from? Are they from a certain area?
I didn't really think much about it at first, so I don't know exactly. They're not like they're exotic species or anything else like that. They all seem to be fairly. They're spending some money, so obviously there's definitely that. But I don't know. It's just a little odd.
They just buying anything or just specific magic items?
Magic items for the most part. They seem to be interested in trinkets or other than that. They're always trying to buy up any weapons or armor or useful items, any wands. They never go for anything specific in terms of they're not putting in any orders. They're basically just buying whatever I have on stock. Part of the reason why I'm not putting out a lot of stock because I don't know what they're buying them for. It just seems a little strange. So I've been putting more things on consignment because people that need them, that it's always good to have them for people who request it specifically.
Are these people just disappearing then, or do you see them around town after they bought stuff?
They not really. I don't see them around. Granted, I don't get out a lot. Pretty much here or here, home, or the Lyceum. So, but yeah, I don't see them around much. It's, like I said, strange. It's not. I'm not complaining about having customers. That's for sure. Obviously, it's good for business, but it is weird to have a sudden upsurge in customers that buy something fairly expensive items sometimes and then just leave.
Mm-hmm.
It's strange, yeah.
So just, I guess maybe something to watch out for, something to keep in mind. I don't know.
Are they all coming in individually, or like you said, adventurers? Are they coming in groups?
typically individually. I mean, maybe a pair here and there. Yeah, it's been just the only time. Well, I had a couple people ask me for Manatech type things. But I mean, you should refer them to Nils for anything specific there, or the minor things that we have in the shop. But they're definitely interested in Manatech as well. A couple of it. I've had more requests for that kind of thing lately.
Nils didn't mention anything, but I might have a word with him when I see him tomorrow.
Yeah. Yeah, it wouldn't hurt. I mean, I go over inventory. I mentioned the fact that we were having an uptick in sales, but he didn't seem to be too concerned about that. It's just something. It's just with other strange things happening. This is one of those things of like, huh? Maybe it's related. I don't know. Maybe people are gearing up for things they're happening out there. I don't know. It's something to consider, something to watch out for at least. I mean, I know you have other things to work to worry about, but yeah, it's a little strange. On top of all of the strange.
Amongst all these strange things going on. Yeah.
Exactly. There's always more strange. Yeah. So in that case, yeah, the evening we'll pass. Nothing else strange in terms of information or anything else that she's able to provide. She does say that. I mean, she does obviously reading the portents and reading out there, and there's still, as she mentioned in the past, there's still this like odd sense of foreboding that's out there, something coming, something out there. But she says a lot of that she kind of admits that some of that is kind of surrounding you and the things you're dealing with. She can't separate that quite exactly. So I mean, it's hard not to have thoughts of you creeping into those divinations, and then I know you're dealing with terrible things, so terrible things bleed over from one to the other, and it's a little strange, but yeah, it's
doing all right so far.
Yeah,
we're dealing with things.
Terrible things in the dark. I do see a lot of darkness when I read your future. Which I guess it makes sense, huh?
Yeah.
Okay. So Grim, is there anything you're looking into this evening as you're kind of in and about Port Oris, back in your old stomping grounds?
No, I'm gonna I'll hang out sitting in Iron Arch seat, of course, and
as the evening picks up, you get a lot of odd looks.
Yeah.
It's like, hey, that's not right. You shouldn't be sitting there, but nobody's kicking you out specifically.
What else is
Let me ask you this. I mean, since you're kind of from Port Oris, where do you stay when you're here?
I've never really thought about it.
Okay. I mean,
I've never really thought about it. I thought I might have had maybe a permanent room here at the inn, but if not, I probably have a place somewhere.
Okay.
It won't be extravagant, but it'll be someplace.
Yeah, it wouldn't hurt. It wouldn't be hard to have a small little apartment someplace there. The inn might not be the best place to stay. It wouldn't have to. I mean, it's really just for sleeping in, not nothing else. So, yeah. Okay.
If you did, I would probably be an apartment or a basement apartment or something by one of the cliffs or something.
Sure. Okay. So,
A place
yeah, you
where
can.
I could maybe burrow and dig a tunnel or something into the
Sure.
cliffside. Make
Sure.
my
I
own
mean,
like little vault area.
sure. Yeah, it's not hard. A number of dwarves live kind of out on this wall over here, kind of near where the mine is over here. So this is sort of a little this whole section of the wall over here. A lot of the apartments that are there will have little um that are up against the canyon wall will have little dugout areas inside them and everything else. So
Okay, what
not
about up
hard.
there in this area?
There's less there's not many. There aren't really like dwellings on the wall side of the road over there.
Okay,
So on the other side of it, and what's up here is mostly like shops and little businesses and stuff. Residential is mostly down in the southern part over here.
okay. See that first
Yeah.
one right there? Is
Yeah.
there anything in there?
Sure.
All right, that's where I'm at right there.
Okay. Cool. It is nearby the gate, the southern gate here that goes out there. It's also by the mine, and yeah, so it's not hard to get a place over there. Yeah. So, so is there any looking into and checking out that evening, or are you just gonna drink until you crash?
No, I'm not gonna get stupid tonight.
Okay.
I'm just gonna kind of listen and try to gather information and is this a place where a lot? If not, I might go just hang out with the dwarves for a while. That's what I might actually do. I might go hang out with the dwarves.
Okay.
If there's dwarves here at the inn,
Yeah, there definitely are here. I mean,
it's
it's a dwarven-owned establishment, so yeah, there's definitely it'd be a decent number of dwarves that are here. Just because
I want to talk to ones that possibly have or make contact with ones who actually deal with the or have contacts with ones that travel from Coppervale to the northern part of the Copper Dragons area.
Sure, yeah. So one thing you will hear from those folks, especially because there are people because the Amberbrow family, I mean, owns here is a major family in Coppervale itself, and so this is kind of this is almost the Copperhead Inn and Temple Tankard are almost an embassy for Coppervale in some ways because in fact it is owned by a prominent family from Coppervale. So yeah, you'll definitely catch some people here that are from they're from out of town. And chatting them up, you can definitely find out some information. Some things you will catch. There have been more rumors of problems in some of the deeper mines.
Has any of the trade routes been interrupted or anything like that?
No, none of the trade routes specifically are having any problems at this point here. But there definitely some of the deeper mining operations have had some issues, some people going missing. So it's not at the point where people are alarmed or there's basically a call to arms or anything else like that. It's just more just like little like, hey, a couple of, the third miner in the last month in exploring some of the tunnels there has gone missing. And no sign of them after that.
Okay, well, with that, I'm actually gonna keep that in mind and just see who I can find out that's higher in charge and who's actually maybe an emissary here in the area.
Sure. It's a little hard to find this evening, but you might find someone in the morning.
No, I'm just looking for names right now.
Sure. Yeah. You'll find essentially some people that are more of the trade ambassador kind of things like that in the area here.
Okay.
Yeah. So you can check with them in the morning there. So yeah, you do pick up the rumors there. You can just try to check out something in the morning if you'd like.
Okay.
All right. So anything else anyone wants to you looking to check out, talk with for the evening?
Eventually, Esk would get up from his big old nap and just go, like, walk around town, look for places he can spar, things like that.
Sure.
Training area, something.
Sure. You will find. I mean, obviously there's training dummies that have down in the basement there to mess around with, but it's not quite the same thing. In town, as you go out in town, you will see as night fully falls in Raven's Crest there, and you're out walking around. There are Manatech lights lighting. That's like street lights that are illuminating the streets and everything else. That they are all sort of shaded so that they don't shine into the houses, but they illuminate the streets as you're walking along. There are no real dark shadows anywhere. There's some places that are a little less well lit than others, but for the most part, walking around is a very strange thing as it's all lit up. It's not really crowded. People are sort of like go where they need to go, but there's not really a sense of urgency or danger or anything else. It's just walking along. It's calm and peaceful. Moving into the square area, it's somewhat bustling in the middle as people kind of coming and going from the taverns. The two main taverns over here, the Ragged Stump is the third tavern's over here, the Ragged Stump, and they all have people coming and going there, and there's definitely music and lights and sounds coming from those places. You don't find a place specifically a place to spar, and there's not really a rowdy scene here in terms of like no fights are breaking out or anything else like that. If you ask around, the training area, they'll tell you is usually out in the fairground area where the soldiers train and such, but that's not happening in the evening. It's a fairly quiet, peaceful place for the most part. So is there anywhere in particular you want to look into?
Oh no, Jim is frozen.
Oh, really?
No, he's not. Mm-mm.
Oh no, I am frozen?
No,
Maybe.
nobody's frozen.
Yep, I think
There you
I
go.
Oh, it was him. Okay, whoops.
Mm-hmm.
Come on back. Hopefully he gets reset because it moved all our cameras around.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
Nope.
Oh, having problems. Okay. Well, we'll come back to that in a moment. Okay. So
While he's gone, Jim, I'll go talk to the old lady.
okay.
Just check on her, see how she's doing, see if she needs anything.
She is a little bit. She's still a bit crotchety old lady kind of thing.
Mm-hmm.
So it's not like she's happy to see you, but she's not like hostile or anything else like that. Her shop seems to be intact. Everything seems to be fine there. She's inside. Oh, his internet just went out. We did just lose Elney for a moment. Hopefully it comes back soon. But so sorry about the cameras if you're watching there. They'll reset here at some point. But our Carlela is she's as I said, crotchety but subdued. She's not hostile. And she says, I'm doing just fine, all things considered. Business hasn't been too terrible. And I do thank you for not putting the word out to people about what happened or anything. As far as I know, everything is... There are of course rumors, but it hasn't hurt business exactly.
We had no intention of having that be a thing.
Oh, I appreciate that. And I will say, but I'm sure part of the reason you are here to discuss this is that I've heard nothing from my brother since last contact.
No, I actually came just to see how you were doing.
Oh, no, things are reasonably okay, I suppose. I suspect the family orientations that I have been revealed. So I have the the ladies. That was strange, but good.
Good. I'm glad at least now you have a relationship with them.
Yes, it's better than the alternative, of course.
Of
Is there
course.
any questions that you have or anything I can...
I have one. So I got a new outfit. As you can see, I'm not wearing blue. Do we have like any underclothes I can wear? And also, I'm looking for a dress.
Dress for you?
Yes.
All
Sure.
right. That could be arranged. I don't think I've ever fitted one of your...
It's a lot of material.
I've never made something for someone of your size and
Yep.
build. She's obviously searching for ways to say things that aren't too offensive.
Politely. Yep. I understand she's trying, and that's all that matters.
Yeah. Well, I would need to take arrangements, of course, but I wouldn't. Is this something? It's for under your armor. So I need to. Would you like to come back without your armor on?
Yeah. Well, the clothes is fine. Just everyday type shirt and stuff, because you can only wear the same shirt so many times. The dress is not pressing. It's not fast or quick. I don't need it to. But yeah, I come back later whenever you have time.
Let's meet in the morning if you wish. Then just come back with no armor, and we can make the necessary measurements so that I can make sure it fits properly.
Okay, yeah, will do. I will. Thanks very much. I appreciate it. I shall be back tomorrow morning.
Right. So yeah, it's people. I mean, obviously, it's not. It's evening, so she's not really open for business exactly. But people are in any case are never really busting down her door.
Yep. I will bid her adieu and then go get something to eat.
Okay. All right. So, yeah. So, well, you know that Reese was cooking as usual back at the house, or you can go out somewhere else.
I think I'll go eat with Reese and them. I haven't seen them in a bit.
Okay. And then a nice meal. You can see some extra things have been made to kind of fill out the meal since you're there now as well. Sebastian, Eldon, Audrey will all sort of come and go, grabbing food and eating or sitting with you depending. So it's an easy evening of eating and catching up for the most part.
Love it. Miss it. Haven't had it in a long time.
Haven't seen these folks in quite a while, yeah.
She said.
She did say it.
So, just around the horn to anyone else here. Anyone else have anything they're doing specifically, or anything you want to check in on, do this evening before we move on to the next day?
I think Ask was saying something about wanting to go out and do his thing, but we'll figure that out when he gets back.
Effectively, if he wants to do some sparring, he'll do it in the morning there. Thor, you know where to take him if he's looking for that, because you know where the army folks train.
Constantly lived there forever. Yes.
Yes. So, all right. Well, in that case, whatever sleeping arrangements and/or activities take place there is all up to you. I will say, Amethyst.
Yep.
It's been dawning on it's been sort of like you've been sort of like thinking about it off and on all evening since Elliot told you. As you sleep and things are quiet, and you're back in a very familiar surroundings, you can almost you keep thinking back to the imagery that you saw before, and you call up the image that you see before, the candles, the circles, the lights, else before there, and as you're lying there quietly, you see, of course, the flickering candles. Yours, the brilliant purple color, the Elia's the green, Gildor's the blue, and Eva's the orange flame, and the one darkened candle that's still. As you are just focusing on that, just kind of watching the flames ebb and flow and flicker and do as they normally do, as Elia drifts off to sleep, her stills and sort of becomes calm and quiet. You do hear that sort of its sound, just very briefly, and you focus your eyes looking there for just briefest of moments. It's a bit of a white flame spark, tiny, that flickers over the dead candle.
The dead one?
Yes.
Which the wraith one?
Yes.
Shut up.
Just you find yourself looking at it, just like, no. And you second guess, and you realize that you're sitting there, and it's not flared to life, you know, and you just sort of second guess, maybe not. And you focus on it, and you focus on it. You feel a bit of a chill.
Yeah, I do.
But it's not. No more embers, no more flickering. Just quiet. But as you watch, and as you sort of like, okay, still you're breathing, kind of let the goosebumps settle. See an almost imperceptible wisp of smoke rising up from the wick. It fades away.
I'm going to wake Alia up.
Okay.
We need to go to the cemetery. We need to go and find his body and make sure it's still there.
What?
I'm going to message, so I'm panicking now. I'm panicking.
Okay. She's okay, right. Okay, fine. And she kind of throws on whatever clothing to go out in the evening with, and you guys rush over to the cemetery. As you approach, it's quiet. The lights have is the middle of the night at this point there. The whole town is dark. Most of the streetlights have been dimmed to a point where you can still see the roads and pathways, but they aren't brightly lit up at this point. Do you want to just go around to the back there? Or you want to try to go into the temple itself? You know where the grave is.
I do.
Yeah,
It's
right
right
there.
Am I going with you? Did you
Yes.
wake me up? Okay.
Yes.
All right.
Okay.
If ascending of me going, I need you right now, and I'm in panic mode.
Well, yes. Then obviously I'm up
I'm
and
on
moving.
panic
Okay.
mode.
All right. You said you go into the temple, or you just go around to the grave? Around to the grave.
Does the grave first?
As you go to the grave, you walk up to it there, and it seems quiet. Seems undisturbed.
Okay.
The gravestone is well attended, as all of them are. You don't see anyone in the graveyard itself. It's as
Sorry,
if
detect any undead anywhere nearby.
nope. It is
Okay.
calm. It is quiet. There's no undead. You reach out your senses there, and yes, there's nothing specifically that you can sense. Nothing even lingering. Like it's been in the past or anything else. It's just quiet, still.
This, you know that I need my sleep, and it takes
Yes.
forever to put my uniform on. What happened?
Shh. I will tell. I will tell Sora. I'll be telling her what happened, what Elia sensed, and then what I don't know, dream and envisage. I don't know what it was, but something. I felt Wraith somewhere, something small part of him somewhere, but I'm panicking. I'm panicking.
Are you sure it's not just the fact that we had a long...
I'm just gonna grab Sora's arm and I'm gonna drag her inside the
Okay.
temple.
Okay. As you do, I mean, the temple is like closed. It's not really like set up there, so it's not like the doors are wide open in the middle of the night.
Where's the monk
Is anyone
guy?
inside?
There'll be an attendant inside there. So if you,
Mr. Monk inside?
he's not like sitting right inside or anything else that, but you assume he's somewhat nearby.
Okay.
So, yeah, you don't know where he sleeps.
No, I don't really care.
Yeah, he's not inside when you go in there. It's a attendant you probably haven't seen before. You may have seen once before. Just a young man in kind of dark gray vestments, who's just sort of sitting there quietly. Can I help you?
I'll just explain who I am, who we are.
Of course, I understand. I've seen you before. I know who you are.
Okay.
Yes. What can I help you with?
Nothing. Just, is there anything happening here? Any disturbances? Any activity that we should know about?
No, things are peaceful. There's been no issues or problems. Nothing
At
of
all?
nothing of note. No, it's been quiet as it
You're not-
usually is.
Excuse my pun. You're not feeling any disturbances in the force?
No, I don't really know that I would be one that would get those sort of visions or premonitions or anything else like that, but I've heard nothing from any of the other acolytes or the high priestess herself. No.
Okay. Do me a favor and go check on her for me.
She's at home. She's not here currently.
Do I know which house is hers?
The big one over here.
I don't know that
Yep.
we need to disturb her.
I mean, like, if you're telling me that you're feeling the thing, and all the stuff that you filled me in on, plus the stuff that I learned from Port Oris, yeah, I'm gonna wake her up gently. If there's a way to gently wake people up like that.
I mean, it's one of the largest houses in town, so you're gonna go up there and lights will go on. A sleepy, kind of graying blonde hair, blue-eyed man. Oh, what, Dora? What do you want? And this is the mayor's brother. This would be oh my gosh, other Draymark. I think you've ever officially talked to in game, but he's been here the whole time. Corbin. Yeah, yes. Corbin, Mr. Corbin, yes. What's wrong? Is there something you're
So
can I help you with?
we've had some issues lately, with premonitions, dreams, and people speaking about weird things happening with the light and the force of the light of it all. I'm just making sure that she's okay. The priestess.
Well, she's sleeping currently, so
Everything okay, Avery?
Where does the
Everything okay,
monk?
Carson?
Rainbow, your mic's open.
Sorry.
Yes.
I apologize. I am so sorry.
No,
Where does the monk sleep?
Can we wake her up? I know.
I think
Right.
Olaf should be awake. Monks don't sleep, do they?
They sleep, yeah.
Yeah, they sleep. They just there's certain elven people don't need to sleep. They can meditate.
He's not an elf, he's a human, so he still sleeps. He's in one of the he points to the house across the way. It's one of the little apartment area over there. There's a number of rooms to sleep in there. He sleeps there. One second. In a moment, they're basically you'll see that what's going on? And you see walking like basically out into view from behind him, you'll see Strava pulling on the kind of a nightgown kind of thing, like the dressing gown over top of her things. Something I can help you with? What's
Yep.
Amethyst?
Didn't mean to scare you or wake you up like that, but like we're having some issues and they're kind of scary, and we're just checking in to see if you're okay.
Amethyst is just pacing and wringing her hands right now.
Yep.
Everything's fine. There's nothing. There's been no problems
you're not
here.
Feeling anything off from that other side?
The skull's still there.
Of course. I would have said something to you. We would have sent something to you if there's any problems. But no, everything's fine. There's nothing that I'm really worried about. There's there's been
Go for it. Come on.
There have been minor dreams, issues of not issues. The word I'm looking for here. I'm looking for. There have been stirrings in the Shadowfell.
Yes.
No problems, but it is something I've been looking at, investigating, ensuring that everything is fine. And there's been no problems, no issues.
Welcome back, Elnie.
Welcome back.
Well, just in time. What do you see? What is wrong?
Amethyst, go ahead.
That's how they were. I mean, it sounds stupid. It was a candle, but it was a candle that represented Wraith, and I saw something, a spark there that shouldn't be there.
Souls are never truly, usually, souls are never truly destroyed when they die. They are taken over to Shadowfell. So, to the crypts and the mausoleums and the places of rest there, those that are unbound wander the plains of anguish or find other places to spend their eternity until they can return in some fashion to the world. So, if you are seeing something, it may be that an opening is created. But if it's not an issue of this flame representation flaring to life, then there is nothing to be concerned with.
Are you sure?
Flicker would simply mean that, well, a brief glimpse may have been opened into the other realm. Think of opening the shutters for a moment, or the breeze wafting the drapes for a moment. There are always the time you feel the sensation crippling up the back of your neck, or the sensation of people walking over someone's grave, as they call it. It is oftentimes a brief wafting of the breeze from Shadowfell. It is not uncommon. But I understand your concern. It is definitely something to be mindful of, but I can assure you nothing has been disturbed here. Nothing in the temple or any of the things that are being guarded have not been disturbed.
So if these rifts are opening all over the place, could a rift to the Shadowfell open?
I don't know of these rifts, but if holes are punched through, I mean, I am told that it's a very common occurrence in Westmarch. Well, the ruins of Westmarch. Rifts open there all the time.
We've not been to Westmarch, have we?
No. That's Cass.
No.
As I have.
Hi.
Yeah.
So then we're good.
Yes. There's no issues here. I am very diligent in monitoring for any disturbances here, and I can assure you that nothing has been disturbed of the things we are guarding over here. It is all
If
right.
a rift opens, we could see Wraith again.
Possibly we could see it. I want to believe that when you die as the person you were, not what you turned into. So it could be that we're going to see the good part of him.
He didn't turn into anything. He was still a person. He was just a really, really horrible person. You want evil? Don't look at the Duchess. Look at Wraith. He was truly evil.
Well,
I'm not so much worried about Wraith as I am closing the holes of the rifts.
Yeah, but you can't close a hole until it's open.
Or we can stop it from ever happening in the first place.
Okay, how do we do that?
We go figure out what's causing it. Which we were doing until we stopped to say hello to our friends.
Okay.
Let's go back to bed.
Okay. I'm sorry.
You're fine.
And
I'll give you a kiss on the forehead, and then,
No.
Jim, you can end.
And with the uneasiness, but still peaceful evening, you are able to eventually to get back to sleep, and are undisturbed by any other issues. And with that, we will close things out and see where things take us next time. You do have a lot to deal with still in Drakoll, so and some things to wrap up on the way here, and see where things go from that point. So with that, though, thanks for being here, everyone. Thanks for hanging out with us. Hope you enjoyed a very RP heavy session here, but there's a lot to come. So we will see you again here next week, As always, thanks for hanging out with us. Thanks for being here now in the future watching. You're always welcome back here. Thanks for on us. We'll see you again real soon, folks. Bye.
Thanks, Jim.
Bye.